most ancient civilizations. Good. Baby, we're gonna be on camera, so we gotta make sure we, read loud and everything like that. Alright, Shalom Israel. This is Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We're here at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. We have classes Monday and Wednesday from 7 to 10 p.m., Friday from 9 to 11:30 p.m., and then we do Sabbath morning class 10 to 2 p.m., or 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you got any questions, you can text, please text only 832-941-2443. Or if you're on the YouTube Live, you can go ahead and text whatever you want to say in the YouTube Live chat, and we'll go ahead and address your questions real quick. All right. We appreciate all those that have given donations. Brothers have been sending in books, thesauruses, annotated Bibles, and things like that. We appreciate that. The people that send it in the paper and the pads and everything like that. If you can turn the mic down just a little bit, I guess it's getting an echo. All right, we appreciate all those things that y'all been giving and everything. If anybody else would like to donate, all this stuff helps in the educational process of your people. It helps feed your people and helps feed them with knowledge and understanding. Also, it helps feed them literally. When y'all giving your monetary donations. So if you want to give anything else, cars, money, clothes, books, pads, paper, buses that we can go drive people to the school and from the school with. We need money for the RV that we're trying to get so we can go state to state. If you want to give anything, give that to 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. You can also email us at hiddentruth12, that's hiddentruth12@gmail.com. And we'll give you the instructions on where to send that, how to send it, what and whatnot. If you got any monetary donations, you want to put something in our Wells Fargo account, we have it under Israelite School of Biblical History. It's Wells Fargo account number 101-580-6167. Again, that's account number 101-580-6167. All right. So today's the day, Sabbath day. Sabbath class is a day where y'all can get your questions answered and everything like that. If there's no questions, we're going to go into the Job reading. And then, also the website. We're getting the website up. Well, we just got it up actually. isbhpk.com. That's isbhpk.com. We upload a lot of our cable shows on there. We've got a lot of information that we teach and everything like that. So if you want to get, you might be able to, I think you're able to order the Israel wear clothing that we make here. So you can get your shirts with your fringes, your pants with your fringes, your garments, things like that, ordered through Israel wear, which is under isbhpk.com also. All right, so if you go on isbhpk.com, it'll have links to the live classes, the cable shows, old classes we've done, and everything like that. All right, so see if there's any questions. Right, and that is isbhpk.com. It's like still slightly under construction. Things are being added as we speak. So bear with us on that. Some things might not show up, but a lot of things will still be up there. A lot of information will still be up there. You'll still be able to hit our YouTube links and everything like that. So, just bear with us on that, because that's in the making. We got the harvest is plenty, but the laborers are few. We got very few laborers that's trying to contribute and help with this work. So, we don't have like a whole IT department under Israel yet, and we need that. Let's see. So I'm gonna give it a couple minutes for if anybody got any questions, but looks like nothing so far. Sis, did you have any questions?
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
It was 30.
Job 30?
It was 29 or 30. Looks like it's 30 though.
All right, so we're going to pick up Job chapter 29. All right? We'll pick up in Job chapter 29, and then we'll go on from there. So you can go ahead and start us off, and then you read 2 chapters. He'll read 2. I'll read 2. We'll go around like that.
All right. Job chapter 20 verse 1. Moreover, Job continued his parable and said, "Oh, that I were as in months past, as in the days when God preserved me, when his candle shined upon my head, and when by his light I walked through darkness, as I was in the days of my youth, when the secret of God was upon my tabernacle, when the Almighty was yet with me, when my children were about me, when I washed my steps with butter, and the rock poured me out rivers of oil, when I went out to the gate through the city, when I prepared my seat in the street, the young men saw me and hid themselves, and the aged arose and stood up. The princes refrained talking and laid their hand on their mouth."
So just so you can see the status that Job was at before this happened, he was basically like a king, man. He said the princes used to shut their mouths when I came in. Even the old men used to stand up in reverence. See that? So they only do that with kings. Like, if a young cat, if a prince come in, the old men usually don't gotta stand up and do all that. You know what I mean? But when the king comes in, they gotta stand up, right?
Correct.
Job was on that king level. When you start the Job chapter, he says he was greater than all the men of the east. Alright? And then when you look at the things he's saying, a lot of people are like this when they get in their trials and their tribulation, and they start remembering all the good things they used to have and all that, and oh man, why am I going through this? The Most High was with me here. He's with you in your bad times too. He's not just with you just because you got it. You know what I mean? But that's how Job was kind of looking at it, right? He's like, man, when the Most High was with me, like, well, he's with you now. You know what I mean? He's with you in the bad times too. So go ahead.
Verse 9. The princes refrained talking and laid their hand on their mouth. The nobles held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to the roof of their mouth. When the ear heard me, then it blessed me. And when the eye saw me, it gave witness to me. Because I delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. I put on righteousness, and it clothed me. My judgment was as a robe and a diadem. I was eyes to the blind, and feet was I to the lame. I was a father to the poor, and the cause which I knew not I searched out. And I break the jaws of the wicked, and pluck the spoil out of his teeth. Then I said, I shall die in my nest, and I shall multiply my days as the sand. My root was spread out by the waters, and the dew lay all night upon my branch. My glory was fresh in me, and my bow was renewed in my hand. Unto me men gave ear, and waited, and kept silence at my counsel. After my words they spake not again, and my speech dropped upon them. And they waited for me as for the rain, and they opened their mouth wide as for the latter rain. If I laughed on them, they believed it not, and the light of my countenance they cast not down. I chose out their way, and sat chief, and dwelt as a king in the army, as one that comforteth the mourners.
Right. So, again, Job had a pretty elevated status. All right. He wasn't just some common man that was going through something. He was a man who had lost literally everything. All right. Anything this world could have offered, Job had it, and he lost all of that, plus family. All right. So it's important to see what kind of man Job is, because, like I said before, is a lot of times we go through this stuff and we just thinking like, okay, because I lost a car, because I lost a house, I'm ready to leave the truth. I'm ready to give it all up, And the thing is, when you look at Job, this man lost more than you'll ever have in your life. You know what I mean? He lost more than you'll ever have in your life. He was basically a king and got brought down to a man just scraping his boils off with a piece of a clay pot. Y'all see that?
God.
That's all he was left with, man. He brought down to the dirt.
God.
All right. Any questions on chapter 29? All right, so let's go on to Job. We're at Job chapter 30. For those of y'all just joining us, again, this is Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. Appreciate y'all coming in to join us. Classes Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday and Wednesday from 7 to 10. Friday from 9 to 11:30 p.m. And then Saturday we have 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. class. All right. We encourage you, if you're in the Houston area, to come in and join us, because you don't want to forsake the assembling of yourselves together. All right, like Hebrews 10 and 25 tells you. And also, you get to partake in things like the ceremony, like the lighting of the candles is a prayer over that. The lighting of the incense is a prayer over that. We set up the Psalms prayers and the prayers in Hebrew and things like that. And also the anointing. You miss out on that when you're not in the congregation. So if you can make it, we encourage you to come through to the class. All right. Once again, if you got questions, 832-941-2443, and you can text those anytime during class, and we'll answer your questions biblically. Oh, also you can put in the YouTube chat right there if you got questions. We're going to continue with Job chapter 30.
Job chapter 30, verse 1. But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock.
Right, and what he's talking about is he's talking about the Edomite race. All right, he's talking about the so-called white man. They are not an ancient race. They were not Noah. They were not Adam and Eve. These people were a new race. All right. The only time a person became that skin color was when the Most High cursed them. All right, when you look at Esau, who was born in Genesis chapter 25, verse 25, and this is just before Job's time, but at the same time, it was after the dark man had ruled the entire world for a few thousand years. All right, when you look at this race of people, they were barely born when you deal with Jacob and Esau. So Abraham was a black man, Isaac was a black man, Jacob was a black man, and his brother Esau came out red and hairy all over. When you look at the so-called white man, we call them so-called because they're not really white. They're actually more of a pink or a red, all right, because you can see their blood through their skin. So when the scripture tell you he was born red and hairy all over, that's talking about Esau. And so they're a young race. They were not there when the world began. All right. So that's what he's referring to. He's saying they that are younger than I, the so-called white man is a younger race than us, but they have us in derision. They look down on us. They look down on the black man. They look down on anybody of darker skin tone than they are. Why? Because, well, he's gonna explain it to you, but they have him in derision. They look down on us. All right. He said, they that are younger than I have me in derision. Now, he's also talking about these young men that came to see him. They talking bad about him in his situation and telling him it's all his fault. When they're not understanding that it's a test of the Most High. Y'all see that? Alright, so, Go ahead.
So, the white men now, are they considered the Edomite race?
There you go, the Edomite race. The Edomite Empire. In the scriptures, you might see him as Idumea. Alright, so yeah, they could be known as the Edomites, Esau, Idumea, which is Idumea, and then Edom, Edom. Alright, so these are a younger race than the so-called black man. Alright, he's saying they have me in derision. They look down on me just like they do today. They came into America, right? They come into America, and I think, what was it? The Native Americans, right? They've been here for a few thousand years, and they come in here. The white man comes over here, and they like, oh, okay, now you need a green card to get in your own country. We're not going to make the Native American a citizen until like 1865 or something like that, or 1890 something. Like, okay, you guys just became citizens of a place you've been living in? How's that? You know what I mean? So, stuff like that. They're younger, but then they come in and then they take over and they look down on you. When they're the ones that are the invaders, they're the virus, they're the cancer that's spreading all over the earth. Alright, so this is what Job is saying. He's giving you an outline of how the so-called white man is. Go ahead.
Why are they part of the 12 lost tribes if they're considered wicked?
Who? Esau? No, Esau is not considered part of the 12 tribes.
Oh.
Yeah. When you look at the 12 tribe sign, it's so-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, Dominicans, Guatemalans, the Panamanians, the Puerto Ricans, the Cubans, North American Indians, Seminole Indians, Argentinians to Chileans, Colombians to Uruguayans, and the so-called Mexicans. And we're talking about the indigenous people, the people that were there in these lands originally. You understand? Who were all at one point Negroid or Indian descent. Right? Then the so-called white man came as the conquistadors and these friars and things like that. These the Catholic Church and everything like that. And they started raping their way through these tribes. And that's why a lot of them will have the long stringy hair now. They got the pinkish skin. But, you go into their ancestry and find out that they fathers are darker than you. You know what I mean? So, these are the indigenous people that we're referring to when we refer to the sign up here. Alright? Alright, so he said, they that are younger than I have me in derision. Go ahead.
Whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock.
Right. The reason he's saying that is because when you look at a lot of videos, if you look at, look up bestiality, look up autofellatio, which is the ability to for a man to stick his genitals in his own mouth. When you look up things like that, they always feature the so-called white man. It's not really our people making that popular. You understand? A brother ain't got time to sit around trying to figure out how to put his head in his own lap. Y'all see that? But he's saying I would have disdained to have them set with the dogs of my flock. Why? He's scared they will rape his dogs. And that's how they are, man. Like I said, when you go into that bestiality and everything like that, and you see it, they have sex with dogs, chickens, horses, cows. You know what I mean? They got that one video, man, where the dude's getting rammed up the tailpipe by a horse, and they killed him. And this dude is not no low-level common guy. He's an engineer at Boeing, the people that make airplanes. This guy's making millions of dollars, so he can afford to get a woman, any woman. but he's getting rammed up by a horse, and he's got one of his friends helping him on the video, and he later dies from it. But that's why the scriptures say that. That's why Job is saying that I would have disdained to have them lay with the dogs of my flock, because they're what the scriptures say in Hebrews. It calls him a profane person. You know what I mean? It tells you, lest there be any profane man such as Esau, right? Who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. And I think that's in 12. Let me see. I have to get that for you though. Oh, okay. It looked like y'all left off in Job 32, man. Y'all left off in Job 32, so that's probably been explained in the last class. Last class y'all did about these people. So we'll skip that. We'll go to Job 32, man.
Okay.
And we'll pick up there. So you can read 2 chapters of Job 32, and then we'll start from there.
Job chapter 32, verse 1. So these 3 men ceased to answer Job, because he was righteous in his own eyes. Then was kindled the wrath of Elihu, the son of Barachel, the Buzite of the kindred of Ram. Against Job was his wrath kindled, because he justified himself rather than God. Also against his 3 friends was his wrath kindled, because they had found no answer, and yet had condemned Job. Now Elihu had waited till Job had spoken, because they were elder than he. When Elihu saw that there was no answer in the mouth of these 3 men, then his wrath was kindled. And Elihu, the son of Barachel, the Buzite, answered and said, I am young, and ye are very old. Wherefore I was afraid, and durst not show you mine opinion. I said, days should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom.
Right, now that's how you know that these men had a demon on them, man, because they still knew how to quote scriptures, but they didn't know how to rightly divide the word of truth. That's true. Days should speak, and multitude of years should give wisdom. So when you go to an old man, he shouldn't be teaching you how to crip walk, roll blunt, you know what I mean, Dougie. He should be done with all that, man. He should be done gang banging and trying to encourage fights. Like those 9 idiots that got in that street brawl, started trying to run each other over with a car, and heard one of them got stabbed in the neck by his own friend. They should be done with encouraging that kind of stuff. They should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom. And you can highlight that as a good scripture, but this is stuff that our elders are supposed to be doing. You understand? But what is the problem? Go to Lamentations 5:14 real quick. Give me Lamentations 5:14. This is the problem with our elders now. All right. You got Lamentations 5:14, and then also give me Isaiah 3:16.
Lamentations chapter 5, verse
14.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
The elders have ceased from the gate.
Right. It said the elders, they've ceased from the gates. So the gates, they represented the places where all the elders used to congregate. Like we read, like Job, we just read about him, that he used to be known in the gates. Right? When he came in, everybody got silent. Everybody would get quiet and stand up and wait for him to speak. Right? They used to wait for his words like the latter rain, like as if they was outside thirsty as hell and it just started raining. They opened their mouth quick, opened their ears quick, right? So the elders have ceased from the gates. Go ahead.
The young men from their music.
Right. So the young man from their music. This used to be our song, the scriptures. What you got?
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 16.
What's that?
Moreover, the Lord said, because the daughters of Zion...
12. I'm sorry. 12.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12. As for my people, should...
I'm tripping, man. 9. Go to 9.
Hold on.
think it's 9 and 16.
9 and 16.
There you go.
Isaiah chapter 9, verse 16. For the leaders of this people caused them to err.
Right, see that? The leaders of our people, they cause us to err. So, when Elihu was talking to him, he said, they should speak in multitude of years, should give wisdom, should teach wisdom. That's the problem with our nation today. So, in some things they were prophesying. That's why the Most High went ahead and recorded their words, because they were wise words to an extent. Alright? But then on the way they were coming about it, they were wrong. So he said, read that again.
For the leaders of this people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed.
See that? So what happened? The leaders of our people, they cause us to err. They cause us to do wrong. Oh, it's okay to eat pork. Creflo Dollar said up there, oh, the Big Ten are done away with. If you actually keep the commandments, you are in sin. Like, no, dummy. There ain't nowhere in the scripture to tell you if you keep the commandments, you're sinning. Sin is the breaking of the commandments. Sin is the transgression of the law. Y'all see that? So the leaders of this people is causing them to err, but what they should be doing is speaking wisdom. They should be able to teach. Alright? That's what the elders should be doing. It said they should speak. This is Job chapter 32. Job chapter 32, verse 7. He said, I said, they should speak, and multitude of years should teach wisdom. They should. That's what he was looking at. He was looking at his elders like, wow, you ain't got nothing to say against this man Job. He wicked as hell. Right? They should speak. Y'all should be speaking against this man. Now, that's true for this society today. It wasn't true for Job, because Job was a righteous man. Go ahead and read.
Job 32?
32 verse 8.
Job chapter 32, verse 8. But there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding.
See that? He said there's a spirit in a man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. So when people be like, oh yeah, I don't have to follow no man, well, then you're not following a man that's led by the Spirit of the Almighty. See that? You're not just following some man. It ain't no rock concert. You ain't following Mick Jagger. You ain't following damn Jay-Z. You're following a person with the Spirit of the Most High on them. See that? But you got our people talking about, oh, I don't need no man to teach me the Bible. I don't need nobody to show me the scriptures. I know the scriptures, right? Well, these men in the little wisdom they did have, they knew that there's a spirit in the man, and the inspiration of the Almighty gives people wisdom. They give them understanding. So yeah, you got to follow men. Go ahead.
Verse 9. Great men are not always wise, neither do the aged understand judgment.
Right, and this is all wisdom that they're speaking, man. Just because a man's great doesn't mean he's wise. You got the President of the United States, most powerful man on the earth, sitting over there advocating gay marriage, sitting over there advocating bestiality for a man to lay down with an animal.
Right.
This is ridiculous, man. It's beyond ridiculous. But, this is what we can expect from our leadership now. But what he's saying is that great men, the great men, they're not always wise. So don't just look at somebody just because they got a nice suit on, and because they have a big congregation, that they must have wisdom. Or because they got a lot of money, or they got a lot of power, they must have wisdom. Nah. A lot of people do wickedness to get that. Alright, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to ask, so with this, what we just read, would it go with what we just read in Isaiah?
Exactly. Yeah.
9 and 16?
Yeah, it goes exactly with Isaiah 9:16, man. The leaders of the people causing them to err, because the great men are not always wise. See that? Read on.
Verse 10. Job chapter 32, verse 10. Therefore I said, hearken to me, I also will show mine opinion. Behold, I waited for your words, I gave ear to your reasons. Whilst ye searched out what to say, yea, I attended unto you. And behold, there was none of you that convinced Job, or that answered his words. Lest ye should say, we have found out wisdom, God trusted him. God thrusted him down, not man. Now he has not directed his words against me. Neither will I answer him with your speeches. They were amazed. They answered no more. They left all speaking. When I had waited, for they spake not, but stood still and answered no more. I said, I will answer also my part. I also will show mine opinion, for I am full of matter. The spirit within me constraineth me. Behold, my belly is as wine which had no vent. It is ready to burst like new bottles. I will speak that I may be refreshed. I will open my lips and answer. Let me not, I pray you, accept any man's person, neither let me give flattering titles unto men. For I know not to give flattering titles. In so doing, my Maker would soon take me away.
Right, a lot of people, they try to use this and, oh yeah, see, y'all giving out flattering titles, when we give out rank and everything like that. All the rank is showing you is what Ecclesiasticus 3:18 is telling you. Is that the greater you are, is it 3:18 or 4:18? Let me see. It's 3:18. Yeah, 3:18. The greater thou art, the more humble thyself. That's all it means when we give out rank. Is that this person is more humble, more willing to serve, more lower than everybody else, and more willing to bow his shoulder to lift up his nation. Y'all see that? That ranking ain't just so a brother can walk around looking like, hey, I'm a 12-star general and everybody worship me, and if you ain't under me, you ain't in the truth. That ain't why we give out rank. So when he's saying that, it has wisdom to it, but at the same time, the rank, it's not to be used to say you can't set up order in the church and a ranking system. Moses did it. He set up officers, captains, and generals and things like that. Joshua was his general, and he had officers up under him, officers of tens and fifties and hundreds and thousands. All right. When you get to the New Testament, they set it up as bishops and deacons and things like that. So there was a ranking system in order to keep the order, so that people knew, okay, that's the man of wisdom that I'm supposed to go to. See that? That like we had the situation last night. So I'm not just going to the youngest sister in the group who barely knows how to tie her shoes right, and I'm asking her the wisdom of the ages. See that? No, I'm going to go to the ones that have the rank. They've shown and proved that they will support and lift up their nation. Y'all see that? So that's what the rank is for. So when you read that, where you at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 18?
No, Job.
Oh, I'm actually at Job chapter 33 now.
Right, Job 32, that last one he said,
no. Job chapter 32, right. Verse 22.
21, he said, let me not, I pray you, accept any man's person. And that's true. You don't want to accept them just because they're rich, they're powerful, like it goes along with what we were reading earlier. Just because they're rich and powerful and got a title, gave themselves a title, that don't mean you should follow them. Alright, so that is true. It says, neither let me give flattering titles unto man. See, so like I'm not just going to sit there just so, oh Lord, oh Master, why? Just so I can flatter a person. And so they feel good when they're around me. Nah, and that's what this young man's doing. He's coming in his young man anger and young man fire and everything like that. But he's coming out of ignorance when he's coming against Job. Alright? But a lot of people like to use that scripture. Oh, see, you following flattering titles. No, man, you're following a person that got wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And that rank is given so that men will know, okay, this person has proved himself. Y'all see that? Y'all got that? Alright.
In 22, when it says, for I know not to give flattering titles, and so doing, my Maker would soon take me away. So if he was to do that, the Most High will take him.
Right. It's like that scripture that Kazaki pulled, I think it was in Jude, where he talks about having men's persons in advantage or in admiration because of advantage. That's what he's talking about, man. When you have when you looking at men and saying, oh yeah, oh you're so great, oh general this, oh they got the one camp where, oh if you're not under general so and so, you're not in the truth. these men under him put that flattering title on him. And he earned his generalship, but is he living up to it by telling men to follow him and worship him? And if you're not worshiping him, you're not in the truth? No. See that? So, that giving that flattering title is just so that he can come and say, okay, you're going to be an officer because you kissed my ass the hardest. See that? Yeah, that's what that flattering title is talking about. Don't sit around giving flattering titles to men just so you can get up under them. You know what I mean? Just so you can be a part of what they in, and so you can. I don't want to use the street terms, man, because it's real vulgar. But so you can basically ride their jock. All right, we'll say it like that, the old school way. Little cleaner. So you're on 33 now.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Job chapter 33.
Any questions on 32? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Job chapter 33, verse 1. Wherefore, Job, I pray thee, hear my speeches and hearken to all my words. Behold, now I have opened my mouth. My tongue has spoken in my mouth. My words shall be of the uprightness of my heart, and my lips shall utter knowledge clearly.
See that? Your words, and this is another one you can highlight as a real good scripture. He said, my words shall be of the uprightness of my heart. See that? That's what the words that come out of your mouth is supposed to be, man. It's supposed to be upright. Like I was talking to the sister earlier about cussing and stuff like that. This is a good scripture to help you with that. All right? The words got to be of the uprightness of your heart, not just the foul and filth that is in your brain. You understand? No, let your words that come out of your mouth be of the uprightness of your heart. And your mouth should do what?
And my lips shall utter knowledge clearly.
Right, he said, and your lips should utter knowledge clearly. Y'all see that?
Come on. I got a question to that too. Is there like a deeper meaning to that? Like when it says, my words shall be of the uprightness of my heart. So is that meaning like the more righteous you are? Or I guess the more, I don't know where I'm trying to go with it. I guess like the more righteous or the more wisdom you have, that's how you'll speak according.
That too, yeah. But you got a lot of things that go through your mind in the course of the day, right? You got a lot of filth that's in your brain. You got a lot of wickedness that comes in and things like that. Now the words you speak, should they be the words of Tupac? Should they be the words of Jay-Z? Should they be the words of Taylor Swift or some other idiot rapper, singer, whatever? No, they should be of the uprightness of your heart. So when you delve into your mind and you see all that filth and foulness in there, you should be finding the upright things, the scriptures. You know what I mean? The wisdom, the knowledge. That's what should come out of your mouth. You know what I mean? You got a lot of things. You get in a situation, you could be arguing with your woman, right? There's a lot of things that you want to come out of your mouth. What are you supposed to do as an Israelite man? You're supposed to look for the wisdom. You see that? Look for the wisdom to give her, like it says in 1 Peter 3:7. Likewise, you husbands dwell with them according to knowledge. See that? So you're going to go in there and you're going to say, okay, let me deal with the upright things that are in my brain and not the negative that I want to come out. Right? Like I could be like, you B-I-T-C-H, right? Or I could say, you know what? The scripture says shameless woman should be counted as a dog. So you got to watch yourself because you know what a female dog is, right? Now I'm saying the same thing, right? But at the same time, one of them is upright and the other one just sounds like a niggerish spirit. See that? So your words that come out of your mouth got to be of the upright things that's in your brain.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Job chapter 33, verse 4. My spirit of God hath made me, and the breath of the Almighty hath given me life. If thou canst answer me, set thy words in order before me. Stand up. Behold, I am according to thy wish in God's stead. I also am formed out of the clay.
Right, he said, I'm according to your wish in God's stead. So he's trying to act like he's the voice of the Most High now. Like I said, this is that young man, ignorance and that zeal Like when you read in Romans, it tells you they have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. This is how this young man's coming at Job, man. He think he knows something. Got a couple scriptures to rub together and a couple little bits of wisdom. And so he wants to come at Job and try to correct him because he's old. He don't think these old men adequately handled the situation. They didn't make Job feel bad enough. All right, go ahead.
Verse 6. Behold, I am according to thy, verse 7, Sloppy. Behold, my terror shall not make thee afraid, neither shall my hand be heavy upon thee. Surely thou hast spoken in mine hearing, and I have heard the voice of thy words, saying, I am clean without transgression. I am innocent, neither is there iniquity in me. Behold, he findeth occasions against me. He counteth me for his enemy.
Right, so he's basically quoting what Job was saying. Like, listen, man, I've been listening to you talk all this whine and do all this complaining and act like you was innocent and say all this stuff. All right, go ahead.
Behold, verse 11. He putteth my feet in the stocks. He marketh all my paths. Behold, in this thou art not just. I will answer thee that God is greater than man.
Right, and see how devilish this is, man. Is that they're kicking wisdom, but they're doing it so ignorantly. It's like, you know, if you weren't a strong person in the wisdom of the Most High, this would actually convince you that, dang, maybe I did do something wrong. And that's how Satan comes at a lot of us, man. He comes at us with, like I told y'all, you know, sometimes when I get sick and I'm out, it's like Satan comes with that scripture like death is better than continual illness. Like, if I was weak in the word, I'd be like, oh yeah, maybe I should just go in the bathtub and drain my veins open. You know what I mean? Like, no, but I'm strong in the word, so I'm like, so what's that mean? I'm supposed to go kill myself instead of being sick, or can I get better? Can I use the other scriptures and, you know what I mean, get my spirit strong against this? Y'all see that? Like, nah, that's some young man stuff, and that's how these people are coming at Job, man. They coming at him like he's a young person, like these spirits are coming through these men and using the scriptures, using the wisdom to try to persuade him that he's off, to put doubt in his head. Y'all see that? Y'all with me?
Cool.
Alright. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Why dost thou strive against him? For he giveth not account of any of his matters. For God speaketh once, yea twice, yet man perceived it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction.
Right, and this is a good scripture we use to show you, you know, what was going on with Adam when he was put into that deep sleep, because he used that same words right there. All right. When Adam was put into that deep sleep, he was getting instruction. He was getting wisdom on how to deal with Eve. So it wasn't like he just, here's a woman, I don't know what to do with her. Oh, she ate the fruit. Damn, let me eat the fruit with her. I don't get it. You understand? He knew what to do. That's why the Most High was just when he said, listen, I'm going to curse you like this, I'm going to curse her like this, and I'm going to curse this serpent for telling her. Y'all see that? That's why he was just, because he had already sealed Adam's instructions in a dream. And the Most High does that for y'all now. He sealed your instruction. You be over there, you having a dream and everything like that, and then he be showing you what to do for the next day or how you're supposed to move in some occasions. So, you know, you don't want to read too far into these dreams. All right? But that's how he used to deal with the prophets back in the day. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 16. Then he opened the ears of men and sealed their instruction, that he may withdraw man from his purpose, and hide pride from man. He keepeth back his soul from the pit.
Right, so in doing this, he hides pride from you. Like when you have a bad dream, do you feel all dignified afterward? Are you down here pissed yourself in your sleep, you sweating all over the place, you know what I mean? You scared as hell. You don't feel dignified, you don't feel like a man, you know what I mean? You feel like a damn little girl after you had some of these dreams, you know what I mean? And that's how he takes that pride from you, man. He says, hey, listen, you don't know what you're doing, man. Let me show you. What's that, sis?
I had a dream when the Satan attacked me, he had put like a psychic in my dream to speak to me, and like I was there, she was there talking to me and telling me that I need to like come back to the way that I used to be, and I was like confused and like scared.
Right? And then that's the Most High trying to show you that look how spooky that path is. Don't go that way. You see that? He's giving you your instruction, just like this man is talking about. Any questions? All right, go ahead.
Verse 18. He keepeth back his soul from the pit, and his life from perishing by the sword. He is chastened also with pain upon his bed, and the multitude of his bones with strong pain, so that his life abhorred bread, and his soul dainty meat. His flesh is consumed away, that it cannot be seen, and his bones that were not seen stick out. Yea, his soul draweth near unto the grave, and his life to the destroyers.
Right, so he's basically kind of subtly trying to tell Job that, look, the reason you're in this situation, why you all got all these boils and all these problems, is because you was prideful, man. And you're supposed to hear it from the Most High speaking once, yea, twice. But since you didn't get it, let me come in and tell you what's up. All right, go ahead.
Verse 23. If there be a messenger with him, and an interpreter, one among 1,000, to show unto man his uprightness. Does this go with that scripture in Ecclesiastes?
Yeah, have but one counselor among 1,000.
God.
Right here. Alright. Goes right with Ecclesiastes 6, verse 6. Alright. Be at peace with many, nevertheless have but one counselor among 1,000. A counselor of 1,000. Alright. So it's the same thing right here. He said if there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000, to show unto man his uprightness. So where people, again, for people that saying, oh, I don't need nobody to clarify the scriptures for me. I don't need nobody. The Spirit does it for me. God told me this. Jesus told me that. No, he didn't. If he did, he told you through men, because you have the one counselor among 1,000. You have the messenger, the interpreter among 1,000. See that? Cool. And he said, if there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000, to show unto man his uprightness. So he's talking about another man helping you out. Y'all see that?
Cool.
This is wisdom. Go ahead.
Verse 24. Then he is gracious unto him, and saith, deliver him from going down to the pit. I have found a ransom. His flesh shall be flesher than a child's. He shall return to the days of his youth. He shall pray unto God, and he will be favorable unto him, and he shall see his face with joy. For he will render unto man his righteousness. He looketh upon man, and if any say, I have sinned, and perverted that which was right, and it profiteth me not, he will deliver his soul from going into the pit, and his life shall see the light. Lo, all these things worketh God oftentimes with man, to bring back his soul from the pit, to be enlightened with the light of the living. Mark well, O Job, hearken unto me, hold thy peace, and I will speak. If thou hast anything to say, answer me, speak, for I desire to justify thee. If not, hearken unto me, hold thy peace, I shall teach thee wisdom.
Right, so again, that young man in their pride, like I said, knowledge puffeth up, right? That young man in his pride, he's sitting there thinking he can check Job, who was greater than all the men of the East, for wisdom and for riches. Y'all see that?
God.
Alright, so you're going to pick up Job 34, right?
Cool.
Alright, any questions so far? Online, offline? If you got questions, text 832-941-2443, or you can hit the YouTube chat up right there. Alright? Alright, go ahead with Job 34.
Job chapter 34, verse 1.
So y'all don't have questions on any topic or anything like that? All right, I know you came in a little later, so that's why I'm asking again. Go ahead.
Furthermore, Elihu answered and said, Hear my words, O ye wise men, and give ear unto me, ye that have knowledge. For the ear trieth words, as the mouth tasteth meat. Let us choose to us judgment. Let us know among ourselves what is good. For Job has said, I am righteous, and God hath taken away my judgment. Should I lie against my right? My wound is incurable without transgressions. What man is like Job, who drinketh up scorning like water, which goeth in company with the workers of iniquity, and walketh with wicked men?
Right, so he's like, who's like Job for wickedness, basically. He's like, ain't nobody as wicked as Job. That's what this young man is telling Job right now. Ain't nobody as wicked as you. Go ahead.
Verse 9. For he had said, it profiteth a man nothing that he should delight himself with God. Therefore, hearken unto me, ye men of understanding.
Now, Job never did say that, but this man is saying that he said that. So, again, you got the truth mixed with the lie. Go ahead.
Far be it from God that he should do wickedness, and from the Almighty that he should commit iniquity. For the work of a man shall he render unto him, and cause every man to find according to his ways. Yea, surely God will not do wickedness wickedly, neither will the Almighty pervert judgment. Who hath given him a charge over the earth, or who hath disposed the whole world? If he set his heart upon man, if he gather unto himself his spirit and his breath, all flesh shall perish together, and man shall turn again unto dust.
Right, so again, that's, that goes right along with Psalms, where he said, you send out your breath, they live. You bring in your story. You send out your spirit, they live, and you take it back and they die. Right? Same thing. He's showing you that the spirit of the Most High is what's keeping you standing right now. If the Most High should decide to take your spirit away from you, you will be dead. All right? If he took that true spirit out of you, you will be dead. Go ahead.
Verse 16. If thou hast understanding, hear this. Hearken to the voice of my words. Shall even he that hateth right govern? And wilt thou condemn him that is most just? Verse 18. Is it fit to say to a king, thou art wicked, and to princes, ye are ungodly? How much less to him that accepteth not the persons of princes, nor regardeth the rich more than the poor, for they are the work of his hands. In a moment shall they die, and the people shall be troubled at midnight, and pass away, and the mighty shall be taken away without hand. For his eyes are upon the ways of man, and he seeth all his goings. There is no darkness nor shadow of death, where the workers of iniquity may hide themselves.
See, these cats are real deep, man. Even though, they're not 100% on point, they're still on point than most men are today. All right? This man is prophesying. He just said, in a moment shall they die, and the people shall be troubled at midnight, and pass away, and the mighty shall be taken away without hand. And there's another scripture that tells you that they'll be destroyed without hand. And what that's showing you is that these wicked nations, it ain't gonna be we get up and we get our 9mm out and our MAC 10s and we go up against the government. No, the mighty is gonna be destroyed without hand. The Most High is gonna destroy them. You understand? It ain't gonna be the hands of man that do it. It's gonna be somebody press the button on a nuke and blow this damn place up. And those people are going to be operating under the understanding of the Most High. They're going to be operating with the wisdom the Most High has given them to do it. You understand? They're going to blow this place up, man. It's going to be gone. What's that?
When we had the Passover, Was this speaking of Passover when it said that, and the people shall be troubled at midnight? Because we put the blood on our lampposts.
You got that, because that happened after these men too. That was after, when we got out at, these men are before we went into Egypt.
Oh, they're before?
Let's see. Yeah, they'd be before we went into Egypt.
And then I had also, will it go with, when Christ said, pray that your flight be not at midnight?
Right. That's why I said these men are prophets. They prophesy end time things, and they dropping it so smoothly that if you're reading it fast and you're not really sitting there chewing on this stuff, you're just thinking of it as a novel. You get lost. But if you're reading it and you got understanding and the anchor of the scriptures, then you're gonna see that these men are prophesying a lot of deep things. Man, even the ignorant among them are prophesying. See that? But go ahead.
Verse 23. For he will not lay upon man more than right, that he should enter into judgment with God. He shall break in pieces mighty men without number, and set others in their stead. Therefore he knoweth their works, and he turneth them in the night, so that they are destroyed.
Right, so he's lumping in Job with these wicked nations, with these wicked kingdoms. Like, this is why you fell down, man, because you wicked as hell, and the Most High destroying you, and he's going to put other people in your stead. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 26. He striketh them as wicked men in the open sight of others, because they turned back from him, and would not consider any of his ways, so that they caused the cry of the poor to come unto him, and he heareth the cry of the afflicted. When he giveth quietness, who then can make trouble? And when he hideth his face, who then can behold him? Whether it be done against a nation or against a man only, that the hypocrite reign not, lest the people be ensnared. Surely it is meet to be said unto God, I have borne chastisement, I will not offend any more. Verse 32. That which I see not teach thou me. If I have done iniquity, I will do no more.
Right, so he said that what I don't see, he said if I don't get it, if I don't see it, teach me, right? But what you should be seeing right here is that this is a man saying things against Job. All right, so he's basically still coming in pride, but he's like saying these little things like, oh, okay, well if I don't know, you show me. All right, so we're in Job. Where we at? 34.
34 and 33.
Okay.
Job chapter 34, verse 33. Should it be according to thy mind, he will recompense it, whether thou refuse or whether thou choose, and not I. Therefore, speak what thou knowest. Least let men of understanding tell me, and let a wise man hearken unto me. Job hath spoken without knowledge, and his words were without wisdom. My desire is that Job may be tried unto the end because of his answer for wicked men. Verse 37. For he added rebellion unto his sin. He clappeth his hands among us and multiplied his words against God.
Right, and again, none of that's true about Job, but this is how they're perceiving things. Y'all see that? This is how these three men that came to visit him are perceiving him. They already made a judgment call about him before they even really knew what the situation was. You understand? What's that?
I was just gonna ask that too. Like, did they ever just ask him dude, what are you doing? You know what I mean?
They did, but they didn't. When you read in the previous chapters, they did ask him, but at the same time, they answered their own question. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, what you been doing? You must be wicked as hell, man. You must be prideful. You must be this. It's like they're trying to answer before he even gets a chance to speak. Then he shows them that I didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? And they come back like, yeah, you did. You're just looking at yourself like, you know, like you're in a prideful way. You just think you didn't do nothing wrong. You know what I mean? So sometimes you're going to get that where you didn't do nothing wrong and people come against you. But the scripture tell you, when you read about Christ, he said wisdom is justified of her children. Y'all see that? So that's the thing, is when you don't have to justify yourself. If you're doing righteousness, like the scriptures say, let the righteous be more righteous still. If you're doing righteousness, you just got to keep doing righteousness. You ain't got to sit there and justify yourself and argue and everything. Okay, you think I'm wrong? Okay, well, I'll just take low. You know what I mean?
Right.
Calm. Whatever you say to fix it, I'll fix it. Okay, fine. You see that? There ain't nothing you got to sit there and argue with them. Like Job didn't have to go back and forth with these people, but he ain't had nothing better to do but sit down and scratch his boils. So, you know what I mean? Why not? You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and talk and converse with you and try to show y'all, give y'all wisdom so you can see that this thing is going to start happening to men. Remember, Job's the first one to go through this.
Right.
So he's showing them, he's trying to show them that like this can happen to you, this can happen to you. It can happen to anybody because it can happen to the righteous in order to try them and test them. But they're not getting it. They're thinking, oh, this only happens to the wicked. They're looking at places like Sodom and Gomorrah. They're looking at their history, Babylon, or the Tower of Babel. They're looking at Sodom and Gomorrah. They're looking at the Hamites. They're looking at these ancient races that was back then. And they're like, well, the only ones that fell is the niggas that was prideful. Nimrod, he fell because he was prideful as hell, right? That's what they have to reference. This never happened to no righteous man before, where the Most High decided, you know what? Satan, go ahead and prove him. Go ahead and make sure that he doesn't just love me because I got him rich. Make sure he loves me when he's poor too, when he's broke down, destitute, and lost everything. Let's show the generations to come that, you know what? This is how you're going to have to prove yourself. Y'all see that?
Come on.
This, like David said, he said, this shall be written for the generations to come, right? Romans 15:4, the things that were written aforetime are written for our learning. So these things that we're reading in Job was the first man to go through this. So we can go back and say, okay, that's how I need to live life. That's what I need to prepare myself for when I come into the truth. So when I go to Ecclesiastes chapter 2, and it says, my son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy spirit for temptation. Now we know what kind of temptation it could be. Y'all see that? Right. Where we at?
Job chapter 35, verse 1. Elihu spake moreover, and said, Thinkest thou this to be right, that thou said, my righteousness is more than God's? Verse 3. For thou said, what advantage will it be unto thee? And what profit shall I have, if I be cleansed from my sin? I will answer thee, and thy companions with thee.
Right, so this man's telling Job, like, you're sitting over here acting like you don't sin, man. You act like you don't do no wrong, and you acting like if we don't correct you, then you're gonna have a problem. You see that? You're acting like there's no profit in us correcting you, which is not true. You see that? That's not what how Job was coming at all. Go ahead.
Verse 4. I will answer thee and thy companions with thee. Look unto the heavens and see, and behold the clouds which are higher than thou. If thou sinnest, what doest thou against him? Or if thy transgressions be multiplied, what doest thou unto him? If thou be righteous, what givest thou him? Or what receiveth he of thine hand? Thy wickedness may hurt a man as thou art, and thy righteousness may profit the Son of Man. By reason of the multitude of oppressions, they make the oppressed to cry. They cry out by reason of the arm of the mighty. But none saith, where is God my maker? Who giveth songs in the night? Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth, and maketh us wiser than the fowls of heaven? There they cry, but none giveth answer, because of the pride of evilmen. Surely God will not hear vanity, neither will the Almighty regard it. Although thou sayest, thou shalt not see him, yet judgment is before him. Therefore, trust thou in him.
Right, so you know people do that. You know it goes wrong along with Ecclesiastes, man. It tells you that because the sentence on the evil work is not executed speedily, it's fully set in the heart of men to do wicked. Oh, okay, I don't see the Most High, so he ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, judgment is before him. That's what comes before the Most High Spirit comes to you. He goes ahead and judges everything and sets his punishments on you first. Then when you've endured that, then he comes with that Spirit and heals you. You understand? So that's why a lot of y'all, before y'all came into this class, you started going through it. You started going through affliction and trouble, and life was going real crappy for you or whatever, right? Why? Because the Most High was setting that affliction. He had already set that judgment on you, and then he came with that Spirit to heal you like a good father. Y'all see that? This your first time here?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Oh, okay, man. Yeah, if you got any questions, man, we go over everything from scratch for you, all right? Quick introduction. She brought you?
Yeah, she brought me.
Okay, how y'all know each other?
From France.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, if you don't know anything about us, man, we're the Hebrew Israelites. If you look at this sign right here, we're a nation of people. We're not a religion. We're not a group, a self-help group or nothing like that. We're a nation of people that's coming back to the knowledge of who we are. All right. So when you look on this side of the sign, your left side, you got Judah, Benjamin. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. You got Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Asher, Naphtali, and Issachar, right? Those are their names according to what the Bible has them down as. All right. In this day and age, we trace them through history books, through the biblical prophecies of Genesis 49, Deuteronomy 33. We trace them to who they are today, which is the so-called Negroes, West Indians, Haitians, Dominicans, Guatemalans, and Panamanians, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Seminole Indians, Argentinians, to Chileans, and so-called Mexicans. All right? So we've traced them through these history books and everything to find out who they are today. All right? And this is just on this side of the earth. All right? Obviously, you're not in Africa right now, so I can't teach you about the Biafran people, the Igbos, and all that stuff like that. It's not going to relate to you. You're over here. So, you see your sign, you see your tribe on this sign?
Yeah.
Who would you be?
So-called Negroes.
The so-called Negroes?
Yeah.
All right, so biblically, you will be of the tribe of Judah. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you know anything about the scriptures, you know about Christ?
Yeah.
You know where he came from?
Mm-hmm.
Where did he come from?
What do you mean by where he came from?
Like, what was his nationality? Give me Hebrews 7:14.
I don't know that.
You don't know where Christ came from? That's cool. We're going to answer according to the scriptures then. That way you get the education. What's that?
Can I give him that book?
Yeah. Read that. Hebrews 7 verse 14.
Hebrews chapter 7, verse 14. For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah.
So our Lord is talking about Jesus Christ, right? It said it's a fact. It's evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah. So Christ came from the tribe of Judah. So what will Christ be according to the sign?
The so-called Negroes.
There you go. See that? And to prove that, go to Jeremiah 14 and verse 2. Let's see if Christ, because what have you been taught about Christ? What color is he when you see him in the world or in church?
White.
He's white, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is that how you knew him, or is that what you thought he was, or what?
Not really.
Not really, right?
Yeah.
Well, now you'll be able to back it up with scripture. So you got Hebrews 7 and 14. If you got a notebook, if you need one, there's some in the back. But we encourage our brothers and sisters to take notes. That way, you'll be able to prove what you hear to friends and family and all that. Because you might leave out of here like, damn, I didn't know Christ was black. Then you want to tell somebody and then, oh, damn, I don't know what scripture to go to show you. See that? So we did Hebrews 7 verse 14. Now we're going to go to Jeremiah 14 and 2. Because it's evident our Lord sprang out of Judah. Now what color were the Jews? That's where you get the word Jew from, Judah. All right? Go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 14, verse 2. Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish.
So mourning is what's known as a deep state of depression or sadness. So when it tells you Judah is mourning, does that describe the state of those so-called Jews over there today?
Wow.
Nah, they're not in a deep state of depression or sadness. These people own 90% of the world's wealth, man. They own the International Monetary Fund. They own Hollywood. They own the diamond industry. You understand? So these people are the movie industry also. They own that, right? Spielberg's, Sandler's, what's the guy that used to be Captain Kirk? All these guys are Jewish, right? They're like Jews. They practice our religions, but they're not in a deep state of depression or sadness. Read on.
And the gates thereof languish.
And the gates thereof languish, talking about our leaders. Our leaders are to languish means to like diminish or fade away. Y'all with me? Alright? So when you languish, you're diminished or faded away. So this is not a condition talking about actual gates like in your yard. It's talking about what we read in Lamentations 5:14, where he said the elders have ceased from the gates. So what he's showing you, that gate is representative of our leaders, man. That they're causing our people to err. Oh yeah, you can eat whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, Jesus love you. Right? Put money in the plate. That's how they do now, right? Why? Because they cause us to err, man. Our leaders have diminished or faded away. Now, is that true of the so-called white man that's over there in Israel right now? Or do they have strong leaders? They got strong leaders, right? They got a whole nation that's flourishing. Americans paying them $9 million a month. You know what I mean? The billions of dollars being funneled into them to keep their agriculture and their lie continuing, right? Every other nation wants to support them in fighting against the people that are just trying to get their land back from them, right? So they got it all. They got what they need. They're not languishing. They're not they're not in mourning. Y'all see that? But read on, and I'll get your question, sis. Read on.
They are black.
They are what?
They are black.
What color are the true Jews?
They are black.
Now the Bible just told you that, right? Now it said it's evident our Lord sprang from the tribe of Judah. Right? It's a fact he came from Judah. So Judah is what?
Black unto the ground.
So what color is Christ?
Black unto the ground.
Right, and he's not saying black like this computer's black, right? This table's black. Her shirt is black, right? You see anybody on the earth this color? Are you that color? Right, what color are you really?
Brown.
Now when you dig into the earth, right? When you dig into the ground, you get different shades of what?
Color.
Of brown, right? Yeah, it ain't just black. You know what I mean? You get different shades of brown, and that's how our people come. You coming from the darkest charcoal, damn near black, right? To caramel color, to light skin, red bones, all that, right? So he said they're different shades of brown. They're black unto the ground. That don't describe those people over there. You see that? But you know what the earth will teach you, the churches and everything, first thing they want to put in your head is color don't matter. You know? And that's the thing is, you're right, color don't matter, but the truth matters. You know, if I came in your house, your grandfather, does he look something like you? Same skin complexion? Right? If I came in your house, took down all the pictures you got of your grandfather or your father, and painted over and made them white, right? Made them look like Matthew McConaughey, and then put them back on your wall, what would you do to me?
I'm like, hi.
You'd be like, nigga, get the hell out of my house, right?
God.
What'd you do to my grandpa, right?
God.
Okay, so the same thing the white man did with our Lord and Savior, but we sit there and talk about color don't matter. That's Stockholm syndrome, man. That's master beat you so much you love him. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to get in that mindset where color don't matter. The truth matters. You see that? What's that, sis?
Speaking of color, I was up at night and that guy that comes on TV, like he's talking about how you need to give $59 to plant that seed, and I was wondering is he of good or bad, because he was talking about color don't matter either and stuff like that.
Yeah, if cats come with that color don't matter stuff, just ask them. Well, what color were the people they put on the slave ships? Was it any white people they was putting on the slave ships? Or they gathering up white people from Africa to put them on the slave ships? That they had all of Europe, they had all the places of white people have existed that they could have chose from. They weren't putting them on cargo slave ships, right? When they came over and started trying to, even the Native Americans, right? As they got lighter skin and everything like that. What you had Bartolome de las Casas talking about, hey, you know what? Let's take the Negro and make him slaves because these Native Americans, they're not good for slave work. He was trying to save them by telling them to get the black man in slavery. Y'all see that? So the color did matter to them, but they pushed that to you to show color don't matter. When you watch these cop shootings and these police brutality videos, what color is the brother that usually gets shot like 80 times? He's black, right? They make it a point. Even if the white man can have a gun aimed at them, shooting at them, and they'll still be talking about, put the gun down, put the gun down. Like, are you serious? He's shooting at you. See that? But I just watched a video yesterday where they wrote up on a Issachar brother, a so-called Mexican, who was mentally handicapped and was walking around with no shirt on, didn't have nothing in his hands, and they just got out the car, get down on the ground, blah, 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 blah. They didn't even give him a chance to get down on the ground and obey the command. You see that?
I seen that.
Yeah, then when he was on the ground, after he got shot 7 times, he was on the ground, they're like, put your hands up, put your hands down. Like, you're giving all these crazy ass orders. Dude's already been shot 7 times. You're giving these crazy ass orders. You don't even know what you're doing. You can hear the fear in this white cop's voice that is blasting on this dude. You see that? It's all out of fear. Why? Because they see your image and they're fearful of that. You understand? But they don't do that with white people. Like I said, there's pictures. You got the dude with his hand on the gun. Right? And all the cops doing this with his hand out. He ain't got a mace, a taser, a gun, nothing out against this man. And he just standing between him and this other white man like, no. Like, he ain't gonna pull a gun ever on his own people. But, and then they want to tell you what, color don't matter. How many of these videos you see a black cop shooting a white man? You gotta think about that. So they keep pushing color don't matter, but what are they trying to turn the rap industry into? White rappers. What are they trying to turn the music industry into? White singers. You understand? Doing our voices. Like Iggy Azalea, that little slut is the new blackface. That chick is as insulting to me as when in the 30s and 40s they was putting white people was smudging black shoe polish on their face to sit out there and do the sambo with red lipstick on. That's as insulting to me now as that was then. Because this chick gets out there and tries to talk all hood and talk all black. Before I knew who Iggy Azalea was, I thought that was a sister singing that song. You know what I mean? Then I found out, like, when she on there, who that, and all that stuff, like, okay. You know what I mean? Then I seen her, and I was like, this chick's a damn Barbie doll. Who the hell is this? See that? But they try to take over our things and put a white face on it, but then they tell you color don't matter. You know why they're doing that? Because they're smarter than you. History's going to record them. History's going to record them as being the greatest rappers alive, the greatest singers alive. Why? Because they turned Michael Jackson black, or they changed him white, the king of pop, right? So history's going to look back and say, oh, Michael Jackson, that sounds like a white name. And he looks like a white man. He must have been white. See that? When they gave him that vitiligo. Then they want to change the face. Okay, now the hottest rapper is now Eminem instead of Jay-Z, Grandmaster Flash. All the black performers before him that established that whole genre of hip-hop and R&B, right? Oh, now we reign over it. Now this white boy reigns over it. See that? Iggy Azalea. Now she's the queen of. They try to make her the queen of rap. Like, are you serious? All these people that have been in the game all these decades before her, and you're gonna try to make this white girl that's imitating the queen of rap. Y'all see that? And then what they do on the picture, they have Nas and they have these other famous rappers, these other brothers holding her ass up. So they just, in history, they gonna look like the slaves do on those Egyptian movies you watch. You know what I mean? They gonna look like they were just carrying her around and never even had anything to do with the game. Y'all see that? But they more subtle than our people, man. They more subtle, and our people don't see it. So all they stuck in is color doesn't matter. Well, go to St. John 8:32 real quick, because that's the true saying. Color don't matter, right? Does it? Nah, because when Christ comes, he gonna kill black people and white people. You understand? He gonna kill wicked ass brothers, and he gonna kill wicked white people too, and everybody in between. So color won't matter. Where you at?
St. John chapter 8, verse 32.
So this is what matters. Read that.
And ye shall know the truth.
Well, let them get it. And you hear this a lot in church, but they don't want to bring this up when you start talking about the color of Christ. They don't want to tell you this when you start going into who the true Jews are. Read that again.
St. John chapter 8, verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You see that? So he's saying you shall know the truth. This is a commandment from Christ. You shall know the truth. It's important. You understand? So is color important? No, but the truth is. See that? I'd rather know what Christ looked like and everything like that and have the truth than be living that lie and worshiping every white man that walk by me. See that? Our people ready to get on our knees and worship the white man. That's why we get shot in the streets now. Because we think they coming innocently just because what? We've been shown white Jesus our whole life. And he represented everything pure and innocent, right? You got what? Passion of Christ, Jim Caviezel, a white man. Jesus of Nazareth, whoever that white man was. What's the new one they got now? He is risen, right? Everybody white in there. You understand? Like it don't matter what movie, what genre, what time frame, they all want to make themselves everybody white. All their science could say, oh, the original black man was white, but they still want to make Noah all their science could say the original man was black, right? But they still want to make Noah white. You know what I mean? The first man, technically, after everybody else was wiped out. You know what I mean? They still want to make him white. When you watch a movie of the Bible series, they still made Adam and Eve white. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was watching the book of Daniel and everybody's white.
Yeah. You're like, okay, wait a minute. Even if they were white, you threw these niggas in a furnace. You know what I mean? They should have got a little bit brown. You know what I'm saying? Like, how they get that these people were white? Y'all see that? What's that?
The last time I went to church, I went to Joel's Austin Church, and
you know he's not even a preacher, right?
He's not?
No, he's a motivational speaker.
Oh, wow. well, like I was like looking at him, and I was like, he knows the truth, and then he said the truth subliminally, but he hid it. So like, if he wanted to come out with the truth, he couldn't, right? Because of how the world is right now, right?
He could. He just lose most of his congregation. You know what I mean? As soon as you start preaching black Jesus and everything, you lose a lot of people. You know what I mean? I got a dude right now that I talked to on the internet. I met him in person in the mall, selling the oils and everything. And every time if I want to get rid of him, if he's talking too much, if I want to get rid of him, all I do is be like, you know Jesus black, right? He like cuss at me something. Man, fuck you, man. I gotta go. Like, wow, dude. Like, it turned into that. But yeah, whenever he's talking too much and I want to get rid of him, I'll be like, yeah, let's talk about Jesus being black. Look, screw you, man. Like, damn. You see that?
No.
But I rolled up to this other white man at the mall when we got in Baybrook, right? And he looked like the picture of Jesus you always see, or the movie Jesus. So I came up to him clowning like, hey man, I was like, what's up, Jesus? Turn this water into wine for me. I was messing with him, right? He looked at me like I was stupid, man. He was like, dude, Jesus is black, and walked off. I was like, damn, they know. Our people don't know, but they know.
Wow.
You know what I mean? This white man told me that. He's like, man, Jesus was black. Walked off like it wasn't nothing. Y'all see that? So we gotta understand this thing. If they know it, why don't we know it? And if he's king of the Jews, then what color were the Jews? And why are we saying that those people over there are God's chosen people? Y'all see that? What's that?
I feel like the reason why people of color don't want to accept the truth or gain knowledge on the truth is because they're so comfortable in wickedness and they feel like they can't escape. Is that correct?
Our people don't want to get knowledge. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. Is when you go to Hosea chapter 4 and verse 6, this is how our people got destroyed. This is how our people fell off. They don't want the knowledge. It's not that they don't feel like they can't or anything like that. They know how to open a damn book. It's not hard. You know what I'm saying? They don't want it. Because when they look in this book, they gotta say for themselves, I'm not perfect. I'm not where I'm supposed to be. I'm not acceptable to the Most High. Our people just want to, our people are going as far now as to say they're actually God. You understand? Now you take a person that's saying they're God and tell them you're not perfect. Well, their pride is instantly wounded. Like, listen, you're falling short. No, I'm not. I'm God.
That's what he said.
Yeah, they will.
I said click.
But that's what level their pride is at. Huh? Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get back to the thing just shut off on me. I got it. But yeah, you got our people on that level in that matter of stupidity, that level of stupidity. Of course, it's gonna be too hard for them to study. Of course, it's gonna be too hard for them to go in that word because they think they're it. Like they don't understand. They popped out of a vagina. If you're God, why did you have to be born? Why did a woman have to carry you in her womb for 9 months? You should have fed your damn self. Right? You're not God. You had to eat off a woman for 9 months. You had to eat chewed food. Secondhand food. You see that? You was a damn parasite not too long ago, and you want to talk about you God now. You went from a damn one-celled amoeba to a damn you God? Stop it. You see what I'm saying? But trying to give them a book and tell them get knowledge out of it. Oh, I have the knowledge. Like, no, you're not. You see that? But they want to go. But when the white man tells them they need to learn math and science, they'll go up in there quick. That's Stockholm syndrome. I love the slave master. See that? Because I don't know who I am. Read Hosea 4 and 6 real quick. And I'm going to get your question for Omega Supreme on YouTube. But read that Hosea 4 and 6. You got it?
Hosea chapter 4 verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee.
See, his people, God's chosen people, the people of the Bible, they are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And he said, because you have rejected knowledge, not because you were not given access to it, because you were disallowed from knowledge, excuse me. He said, because you rejected knowledge. You know what it means to reject something? Yeah, you willingly don't accept it. You see it, you're like, I don't want that. You see what I'm saying? Not because you were prohibited from it, kept away from it, but because you rejected knowledge, he's also going to reject you. Y'all see that?
What verse was that?
Oh, Hosea chapter 4 and verse 6.
Verse 6.
Alright, go ahead.
It's like it. I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forsaken the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children.
Right, when you forsake something, you say, I'm going to forget that on purpose. You understand? I'm going to leave that alone on purpose. I don't want nothing to do with that. yeah, this is the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that made Job one of the wisest and greatest kings of all the East. Yeah, this is what made Adam rule the entire earth. But I don't want that. I want to be a niggard. I want to go out and do crack, bang hookers, ride on a stripper pole my whole life, and die in loneliness and obscurity. Really? Yeah, that's what I want. You see how stupid you sound? But our people are like that. They've been destroyed for lack of knowledge. You see that? Because they rejected the knowledge, because they forsook the ways of the Most High and left it alone. That's why he's like, okay, well, forget your kids then. I'm gonna let the white man set up a Planned Parenthood all over the damn earth, and you're gonna be killing your own kids. And I ain't gonna save them. I'm gonna let the white man throw you on a bunch of slave ships, and when your kids die, they're gonna throw them to the sharks and make them shark bait. And then when they do, the ones they do get over here, they're gonna make them gator bait so that they can collect some gators for a belt. So we're gonna have your babies on a rope, crawling around in the swamp, crying so that the gators can come out and eat them, and the white man can catch the gator and leave your baby half chewed up. Y'all didn't know that was going down, huh? That's what they was doing in slavery time. You wasn't nothing, man, because the Most High said, because you rejected him, I'm rejecting your kids. I'm going to forget your children. That's why they're getting shot up in the streets all over the place. He said, I'm going to forget your children. You don't want to come back to this law? Why would I protect you and your kids? Why would I let your kids live when they're going to be just as wicked as you? Who needs that? It's a broken record, man. What you do with a broken record? You keep that in your house so it can just play the same song over and over again? So it can just skip on the same part over and over again? No, you throw that in the trash. You get a CD. If anybody uses any of this stuff anymore, records, CDs, whatever, if it starts skipping, what you do? Throw it in the trash. See that? Who the hell want a generation of wicked niggas just over and over and over and over and over and over again? Nobody. So the Most High destroying our kids, man. He destroying, well, their kids. I ain't gonna lump myself in with the world no more, because that ain't us. You understand? Once you learn this knowledge, that won't pertain to you. David said, I've never seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. So the righteous don't got to worry about that. The Mike Browns, the Eric Garners, the Trayvon Martins of the world, that's happening because our people rejected the Most High. Flat out. You understand? Well, y'all with me? Alright. Well, let me get to this question. It said, how many fasts does it usually take on average for a person to completely wean off of a particular sin that they are struggling with? Alright, so this was AL from Brunswick, Georgia. There's no set number of fasts that you're going to do. Paul said he fasted often. Alright, so it's not, you're not going to completely perfect yourself of sin by fasting. Alright, or by praying or anything like that. A lot of these things Christ got to come down and change in the twinkling of an eye. But it does help. It does help you put certain spirits and certain things into submission up under your mind, up under the Spirit of Christ. Alright? So when you look at the scriptures, all the great men that wanted to give revelations from the Most High, that wanted to overcome their flesh, they fasted for 40 days. When you look at Christ, he was up there 40 days and 40 nights, right? And that got him into that spiritual realm where he's commanding spirits and doing all these things. That got him to that level. All right, beside the fact that he had the Spirit of the Most High on him, but to kill the flesh completely out of him, he went ahead and fasted for 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness. You understand? And that was no food, no water, no toothbrush, no soap, no water. All right? Nothing to bathe with, none of that. Just out in the wilderness, rugged. All right? Moses, taken up on Mount Sinai, 40 days, 40 nights. Not eating. No, there wasn't no McDonald's at the top of Mount Sinai. All right? Esdras, same thing. It's like 40 days plus some weeks and everything like that. Where he was eating, at first it was flowers, then it was, grass and stuff like that, and then it was nothing. Daniel and the three holy children, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They fasted. He said, let us eat pulse, which is vegetables. We'll just eat only vegetables, and we'll be shining harder than all your other men. So it's not a set amount of time. And yes, he says, so can it help stop masturbating? Yes, because you're putting your flesh in subjection to your spirit. All right. So if you can deny yourself food and water, the things your body needs, and you can tell your body, no, don't grab that, nope, you check yourself from that, then you can definitely tell it, hey, don't go to that website, hey, don't look at that movie, don't watch that flick. You understand? So yeah, it will overcome a lot of things, man. It will overcome that flesh. And you have to do it often, because one time doesn't do it, one day doesn't do it. You want to go at least 3 days. You want to start out maybe a day, 2 days, but you want to get up to at least 3 days when you're fasting. If you can make it 40 days, man, you're going to have a mastery of your own spirit and your own flesh, man. All right. So hopefully that answered your question. Yeah, and again, if you need help with that, read Luke, where Christ was taken up on the mountain. I think it's Luke, where he was taken up on the mountain. Luke chapter 4. Is that right? Luke or Mark? Yeah, Luke chapter 4, where Christ was taken up on that mountain, and he was up there 40 days and 40 nights fasting.
Start verse 1.
Yeah, I'm just telling him for the brother's question. You can read Luke chapter 4. All right, and it'll put that flesh in subjection to your spirit. All right. But yeah, if you got any other questions, go ahead and put them in, and we'll answer those. Hopefully that helped you out. Any other questions from in here?
Oh, you said Luke chapter 4, what verse?
The whole chapter.
Oh, the whole chapter. Oh.
Yeah, actually, let's see, 4 verse 1 through. Yeah, 1 through 14. Because it tells you at 14, it says, and Yahweh said, verse 13, and when the devil had ended all the temptation, he departed from him for a season. It said for a season. Remember that. So Satan will leave for a little while, and then he'll try to come back when you're at your weakest point. So it doesn't completely destroy Satan. He will come back to try to tempt you. You got to be ready. Said, and Jesus returned in the power of the Spirit into Galilee, and there went out a fame of him through all the region round about. See that? So that spiritual power came on him. He was able to return after 40 days and 40 nights of fasting in the wilderness. He was able to get back to the city, right? Just off the power of the Spirit. He still didn't eat. He still didn't drink. You understand? Then he came back and he started coming in to party and do all that with everybody else. But for 40 days and 40 nights, he was fasting. All right? And that helped up that power of the Spirit over that flesh. All right, so if you got any other questions, go ahead and ask those on the chat. What's that?
I was going to ask, it says the devil departed from him for a season. So when he came back, did he come back like in the form of Judas? I guess. Because it said that the devil, it says,
he came back in the form of the favorite one, bro. That's the thing. He came back in the form of Peter, right? Because what did he say? He said, "Get thee behind me, Satan," right? Because he was trying to come at him, but he didn't come at him as the enemy. Now he came at him as a friend. Like, hey, no, it ain't gonna be so. You don't have to die. He said, "Get behind me, Satan, because you savor the things of men and not the Most High." See that? Judas, he already seen coming. That ain't how Satan comes. He don't come where you see him come. You know what I mean? No, he comes the back way. He comes through your friend. He comes through your family. You know what I mean? Satan is transformed into an angel of light, the scripture tells you. See that? What's that?
What does the word season symbolize?
Huh?
What does the word season symbolize?
Oh, season, like a time. You understand? For a little bit of time. Just like you have spring, right?
Right.
That doesn't go all year, right? It's a time. It's a season. See that? Winter. It leaves you for a season. So, that's what happens. So if you look at your life, you got the smoking thing, right? For you be strong against that. No, I'm not gonna smoke. I'm not gonna smoke, and I'm good and everything like that. And then somebody come by and you just been hit with all these tribulations and everything, and they come by and God, what a long day. You're like, wow, they look like so relieved to just take that puff, man. Let me just get that one drag, man. You know what I mean? Like they make you, they come at your weakest point, and that's Satan. You understand? Or to be one of your buddies, man. A truck just exploded and 19 packs of cigarettes landed in my car. You want one? Like, wow, dude. Like, no, yeah, I don't want one. You know what I mean? You just going through it because for a season it leave, but then it wait till you think you're on top, and then it come back. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with fasting. Same thing with fasting. You fast against a lust demon, like the brother's talking about masturbating on here, or sister, I don't know, Omega Supreme, but they talk about that. That's a lust demon. And not, you be strong against that. Nah, man, brothers get to the point, I hate women. I don't like, you know what I mean? It's like, whoa, brother, you going too far now. You know what I mean? Like, you stiff arming chicks and get away from me. You know what I mean? But then you get that one little zone where you watching couples walk by in the mall, you know what I mean? You just seeing people looking all happy and throwing their kids in the air and all that. And, you see the girl in the booty shorts walk by and she making it clap just by walking. You know what I mean? She bending over, she dropping stuff on accident, right? And bending over all the way. Oh, damn, Miss Jackson, you know what I mean? Oh, no, Miss Parker, right? For Friday, you know what I mean? She doing all that and you like, next thing you know, you back in a dark room in front of the damn internet, you know what I mean? Acting like a psycho. You see that? Why? Because he tries to hit you at that lowest point. He don't try to get you while you on top, man. You know what I mean? He gets you when you think you got it. You understand? So hopefully that's helping out. But yeah, he does it for a season. He let that leave you, so that's a military tactic, right? They retreat. You know what I mean? The army come out against them, they retreat, and then the army come chasing after them, and then next thing you know they retreat into the whole rest of the army. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then they turn around and they all got guns aimed at them. You know what I mean? That's a military tactic. Satan uses that. You understand? He retreat for a little bit. You're like, yeah, I won, nigga. You can't get me. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, it's like, hey, what's your number? You know what I mean? Like, hey, I just want to come over and just, you know what I mean, do all kinds of nasty things with you and lick your ears and smoke with you afterward. You don't need a commitment. You ain't gotta take care of me. I'll pay for I'll buy you an Xbox. You know, like, damn. You know what I mean? They like on top of the game to try to get you back into that lust. Then you fall for it, right? And then you find out it wasn't what it seemed. Oh, she gave me the package. I'm coughing funny now. Got purple spots on me. The Xbox broke. Everything wrong. You know what I mean? That whole thing went to crap. You know what I mean? So, these are the things that Satan tries to hit you with, though. That's how he does it. You know what I mean?
That happened to me this morning. Satan was trying to bring me down. Some guy from months ago texted me, and then he just vanished after I told him the truth about how I changed my life. And he just vanished. And he saw the demon emoji and everything.
Dang.
I was like, oh my goodness.
Right? I'm looking for this one, no, that's 2 Peter. 1 Peter.
Say
We just read it too.
the thing we're talking about with the war.
Retreat. Same thing like a lion.
1 Peter 5 and 8. 1 Peter 5 verse 8. And this should help you out for Omega Supreme on YouTube right here. But this should help with your question also. Read 1 Peter 5 verse 8.
First Peter. First Peter chapter 5 verse 8.
Uh-huh.
Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour.
See that? So you have to be watchful. Sober means clear-minded. Alright? So that's 1 Peter 5 verse 8. That sober means clear-minded. And he said you got to be vigilant, meaning always on your guard, always on top of things, always watching. Because Satan's going to come like a roaring lion. You know why lions are successful hunters? It's not because they're so smart. What smarts does it have to take to be 1,500 pounds, have razor sharp claws, and jump on something? That's not intelligence. You understand? That's just natural instincts. I can jump on something and kill it, right? They prey off the stupidity and the weakness of the prey. They get that. You get that one young dumb elephant that thinks he knows how to go the right way, and then he gets stuck in a marsh somewhere by himself while the rest of the herd is up there. And then what happened? The lion come out. Got you. You understand? They're not faster than gazelles, but they still can eat a gazelle. Why? Because you got that one that just broke my leg. I'm limping along. I'm the last one in the herd. The herd done left me. And they kill that. They kill the weak. They kill the simple. You understand? So that lion is doing the same thing. That's what Satan's doing. He's doing that with you. When you decide, I got it, I know everything, that's when he come in. Got you. If you want to really see how Satan works and get a real in-depth knowledge of how he works, man, watch this movie. It's called The Devil's Advocate with Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves. All right, you watch that. He says it. He's like, vanity. He's like, my favorite sin. Because why? Vanity is you being prideful in yourself and your accomplishments. You understand? Cool. And then you start believing you somebody and everything like that, and then Satan creep in like, got you. You wasn't watching. You thought you had it all on lockdown. You know what I mean? That's how he gets you, man. Right. And the greater you are, that's why it says the more you gotta humble yourself, because the greater you are, the more stuff you got, the more you're spread thin on your responsibilities and what you can handle and what you have in your material wealth, the thinner you're spread, so that Satan can find a hole to jump in at. See that? That's what they thought he was going to do with Job. While we're reading this, he thought Job was spread too thin. Man, Job was like, screw all these riches, screw the family you killed and all that. You understand? The Most High gave it to me, He'll give it back. I'm sticking with Him. That's how I got it. See that? So he was wiser than Satan on that. Like Satan basically bit off more than he could chew messing with Job. Y'all see that? And you'll see it more as we read on. But who had their hand up? I thought one of y'all had your hand up. Alright. Well, let's see. I have a question. Fasting in the way of Islam different from the way the Hebrew Israelites fast, because in Islam they can fast during the day and break fast at night. Just would like to know the proper way of fasting so I can fast properly. Same thing, Luke chapter 4. Christ fasted 40 days, 40 nights. He didn't 40 days and then go eat at night. And then, no, he was in the damn wilderness. You see that? He was in the wilderness. There wasn't no drive-through late night Wendy's. You know what I mean? Slide your flip-flops off and come in and eat some curly fries. Nah, he was in the wilderness. He did not eat or drink for 40 days and 40 nights. So when you're doing a fast, Islam got it wrong. You understand? Islam got it wrong. When you're doing a fast, you're fasting 40 days, 40 nights, or for however many days you've set between you and the Most High. And you're doing that day and night. You understand? It's not a fast. Your body is supposed to go at least 12 hours without eating. That's called sleeping. You understand? It's like your body's made to go hours without eating because you sleep. You understand? You're supposed to at least go 5 hours without eating anyway. See that? You do that when you sleep to rejuvenate your body, re-energize. Keep the engine not running all day and all night. See that? So your body's already gonna do that. You already fast at least 5-6 hours. Some of y'all sleep 12 hours in a damn day. You know what I mean? That's that luxury time, you know? What's that?
When you're new to the nation, when is the proper time to fast?
As soon as you become aware that you got demons on you. You know what I mean? As soon as you become aware that I got some spirits I gotta fight, what do I need to do to fight them? Fast? Cool. Pray? Cool. I'm on that. See that? Like, for me, it was before I even came in. I knew, okay, I need to fast, I need to pray. Then the Most High gave me the truth. You understand? But yeah, I was doing, 3-day fast, no food, no water, and doing food delivery and everything like that, running up 10 flights of stairs and everything, sick, you know what I mean? Getting all woozy and everything, about to drop sandwiches on people. You know what I mean? But that helps put that spirit, put that flesh in subjection to the spirit. You understand? And then of course, being around brothers and sisters, that's another good way to fast. Being around people, because they gonna see you and strengthen you and give you spiritual things. Christ did it by himself. That's a hard fast. You know what I mean? That's where it's just you and Satan. You and the demons. There ain't no support. Ain't no, hey brother, you alright, man? You look kind of sick. None of that. You understand? It's just you and Satan talking to you. Y'all understand? So yeah, as soon as you become aware that you got a problem, as soon as you become aware that you want to get closer to the Most High, you should fast. All right, and we've done whole classes on that. That's why I'm not going like in depth with scriptures and all that. There's plenty of classes on our YouTube, 3-4 hour classes, 5 hour classes, going over fasting. All right, so you can check those out. If anybody's watching, it's already on the channel. Maybe you can find that posted up on the page there. All right, so hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, Islam. If you want, you know what? Real quick, go to Galatians chapter 4, verse 26. Real quick, let's go there. Probably start at verse 22.
Galatians chapter 4, verse 22. Galatians chapter 4, verse 22. For it is written that Abraham had 2 sons.
Right, it's written Abraham had 2 sons. Now, if you know anything about Islam, it's an Arabic religion. All right, the Arabs, that nation of the Arabs, come from Ishmael, the son of Abraham. All right, one of the sons of Abraham, his oldest son. All right, read that.
The one by a bondmaid.
Started from the beginning. We're in Galatians 4.
Verse 22.
Right, verse 22. So that's going to be your New Testament toward the back. You got Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians. Alright?
For it is written that Abraham had 2 sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman.
See that? So Abraham had 2 sons. He had one by a bondmaid, by a slave woman, and the other one by a free woman. Ishmael's the son of the slave woman. Alright? So really, technically not really legitimate, what you would call. Alright? But go ahead.
But he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh.
Go ahead.
But he of the free woman was by promise.
Right. See, the promised son was not Ishmael. Isaac was the promised son. All right. He was the one that was promised to Abraham, not Ishmael. Ishmael was just, I'm impatient. Let me sleep with the handmaid and try to make a baby so we can make this prophecy come to pass. That was not the promised one. All right. Go ahead.
Which things are an allegory. For these are the 2 covenants.
Right, and these things are an allegory because these are the 2 different covenants. You got the Islamic covenant and then you got the Torah covenant, right? You got the Quran and you got the Torah. You got the Bible, right? These are 2 different covenants right here. You got the slave one and you got the free one. All right, when you're a Hebrew Israelite, you don't mess with Islam no more because that's slave mentality. You understand? That's I can beat my woman and put her in a soccer field and blow her head off for any kind of sin, but I can sin all I want. That's that mentality. That's wicked. You understand? That's what they do. They gonna sit there. You got Islamic cats in America. They find out, oh, their woman looked at another man. They cut her damn head off and end up in jail. And then they claim that it's my Islamic heritage, and they try to get political asylum off of that. And actually, some of them actually get off for that. You understand? But at the same time, they won't look at themselves to see that they half homosexual and you know what I mean, half pedophile, and that their whole religion was based off of pedophilia with Muhammad, who was having sex with a damn 9-year-old or 7-year-old, depending on your source. Either way, not good. Y'all see that? It's like, okay, so you gonna worship that religion, or you gonna go with the free? Watch, read.
Which things are an allegory. For these are the two covenants. The one from the Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage.
Right. You got the one from Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage. Right. So he's saying this is an allegory for the law and for the spirit. You know, the one is going to gender to bondage. If okay, damn, I'm just under the law, and I'm not understanding what I'm supposed to be doing. Why I'm doing the law. Y'all see that? So that gendereth to bondage. That's how slaves have to live. You understand? Go ahead.
Which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar. For this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia.
Right. See that? It's Mount Sinai in Arabia. So he's not telling you about the law. Sorry. Let me get that out your brain. My fault. He's telling you about Hagar. He's telling you about the slave woman that Abraham had sex with. All right, now it's going to come to bear why I'm going into this, but the sister was asking about Islam and their way of doing things. But their way gendereth to bondage. It gendereth to slavery. You understand? And if you look at anything about the slave trade, it tells you the Arabs were like the most influential in slave running. All right? They were keeping slavery going even when the white man gave it up. And we're not talking about white Arabs. It was black Arabs selling your black ass in slavery. Alright? Just so you know. Go ahead.
For this Agar in Mount Sinai in Arabia, an answer to Jerusalem, which now is.
Right. Who does Arabia answer to?
An answer to Jerusalem.
See that? They answer to us. That's why Farrakhan, he goes into the Bible now. You know what I mean? He switches back and goes into the Bible and shows you how this is biblical. When you read all through the Quran, it tells you they're supposed to be listening to the Israelites. The Israelites are the prophets. You understand?
All right.
There's somebody at the door.
Hey, I'm on 25.
Read on.
In Galatians?
Galatians 4, verse 25. And this is just because the sister's question had to do with fasting, dealing with Islam and everything like that. 4 verse 25. Read that.
For this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answers to Jerusalem.
See that? So this is Mount Sinai in Arabia that answers to Jerusalem. Go ahead.
Which now is and is in bondage with her children.
Go ahead.
But Jerusalem, which is above, is free.
See that? Jerusalem, which is above, is free. See that? We're not slaves like Islam. Go ahead.
Which is the mother of us all.
And that's our motherland. Not Arabs, not Islam, not any kind of slave-minded religion. You understand? And not Christianity, not any of that other stuff either. Y'all see this? What's that?
Why do so many black people think that they're from Africa? Like, what?
Because that's all that was told to us. Well, remember, we didn't get a great education coming off them slave ships. You understand? And we were technically coming from Africa. We were at war with the Africans and Arabs for over 1,500 years because we had to flee from the Romans out of Jerusalem down into Africa to fit in so they couldn't catch us. All right? But when we got there, the Arabs and the Africans that lived there already, they went to war with us because we believed in only one God. We didn't believe in having orgies, circumcising our women, peeing on each other, and letting cows pee on us and sticking our head up cows' butts and everything. We weren't with that. We were a clean people. So they wanted to go to war with us. They didn't want us in their lands. You understand? And because even when you look at an older African map, it show you right above Nigeria, there's a nation called Judah, right there. They didn't want us in their land. That was their land. Our land was Israel, so they were trying to kick us out. So for 1,500 years, we were at war with them. As they started winning, them and the Arabs used to sell us into slavery to the so-called white man around the 1600s. You see that? So for all our people knew, we were from Africa. Because for generations, for a millennium, a couple of millennia, we was there in Africa. Yeah, get that.
So you say we went to war with the Arabian.
Mm-hmm. I got a video I did on here a little while ago. It's called "From Niggers to Jews." It's to show how we went from Jews to niggers. To show how we went from being Jews to now we just niggers. Now that's what they call us. And we go into these books. We go into Babylon and Timbuktu, page 84. We was at constant war with the Africans and Arabs for over 1,500 years in Africa. Read that.
This is Babylon and Timbuktu, page 84.
So this is a book by a noted scholar, Rudolph R. Windsor, who's going to show you that where we come from. All right, where we really come from. Go ahead.
It says, in the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter.
So the Romans, they put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. So those people call themselves Jews today, huh?
In 70 AD?
Yeah, 70 AD. That was a long time ago, man. 70 years Anno Domini. That'd be 40 years after Christ's death. After his death, yeah. See, Anno Domini just means year of our Lord. So it started when Christ was born, technically. So 70 AD, he lived to 33 years. All right? So 70 AD means you subtract the year of his death, or the time of his death, 33, from 70, which gives you about 37, right? So this is 37 years after Christ's death. Go ahead.
During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against.
They're mentioned in Palestine. The Palestinians are the Arabs. All right, so they're going into the military governors of Palestine. Why? Because the military governors of Palestine was Arabs. And the Arabs and the white man were instrumental in getting us out of our nation. All right, getting us out of Israel. And when you read Psalms chapter 83, verse 1 through 5, you'll see it. All right, so you can write that down. We'll go to it next. Go ahead.
Many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa.
They fled where?
Fled into Africa.
Why didn't they flee into Europe since they were all white? Y'all see that? Now this is a scholar telling you. This is a historian telling you. This is not a book I wrote. He said they fled into Africa. The Jews fled into Africa. Now if they were white, why would they flee down into black lands? See that? Go ahead.
Fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery.
Right?
The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves.
The slave markets were full of what?
The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves.
Wait, they were full of Africans?
Black Jewish slaves.
Y'all see that, right? There's a difference between Africans and Jews. There's a difference between, there was a lot of, all the nations, all the races were dark back then. So it didn't matter if you was talking about Canaanites, Perizzites, Hittites, Jews, Egyptians, Ethiopians, they were all black. You understand? Except for the Edomites, the Edomians, who were the Romans. All right, there's a book back there called Who is Esau Edom? And it tells you the Romans were the Edomians. You understand? They were Edomites. So they were the only nation on earth that wasn't dark skinned at the time. So we can't just be like, I'm black and I'm proud, and lump ourselves in with Africans, Arabs, and all these other people. They're not us. they're not our nation. Y'all see that?
Uh,
The ones that fit the curses of Deuteronomy 28, those are the Jews. Those are the Israelites. All the other dark nations, the Most High was destroying them using us. Remember, we was black Jews going into Canaan, wiping out the Canaanites, the black African Canaanites. You understand? The Perizzites, the Hittites, the Hivites, all those nations, David and Goliath. All right? Goliath's people, the Philistines, were Africans. You understand? That was black on black crime back then, but it wasn't, they weren't our nation. You understand? So we can't just be like, oh, black power. No, not everybody black is powerful. Not everybody black was meant to rule. Our people ruled. The other nations followed. Y'all see that? So that's showing you right there that slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. And you go to Deuteronomy 28 verse 68, and you find out that, yeah, we will put on cargo slave ships according to the biblical prophecy. You see that?
Why is there such a, really a big breakdown, from where we started and where we are now, for like strength, mental?
Man, it's bigger than you know, man. But the thing is, it's gotta be because it's our history. Our history spans back to the beginning of time. That's why it's such a big breakdown. We got a more vast history than just, 1600, you guys all just came on the scene. All of a sudden there were black people on earth and we put them in slavery. There was black people around before that. What were they doing before they were slaves? See that? That's what we go into. Like, I can show you, I got books that show you that we ran Mesopotamia, which is the most ancient city on the earth. You know what I mean? We ran that. We ran, black people ran Babylon, black people ran Sumeria, Acadia, all these ancient cities. We ran that. You understand? Eber, our forefather, where we get the word Hebrew from, was the ruler of Mesopotamia, the greatest nation on earth. You understand? I got another book that I left at home. I wish I would have brought it, but man, this one goes into saying that Fohi, F-O-H-I, or Yao, Y-A-O, this is the founder of China. And this book says supposedly the Noah of the Bible. Then you got another man under him who says is supposedly the Shem of the Bible. So Noah and Shem founded China. So they try to tell you, you only go back to the 1600s. But our forefathers were starting up China. The Chinese wouldn't have no martial arts, wouldn't have no writing system, wouldn't have nothing if it wasn't for us. And now you go on TV and you can watch the Japanese talk about, yes, our language deeply resembles the Hebrew language. Of course it does. We gave it to you. Some of y'all are Hebrews. You understand? We can't remember. Abraham, it said the Most High told him to go east, or told him to go. Abraham came from the east. You understand? And he went to, and he had to go off into another land. He started going west. So all the civilization started east. You understand? Started over there in what's modern day Iraq, modern day China, modern day Japan. It started over there and came to the west. Y'all see that? We started all this, man. Our people started this, but they want to tell you all you was a butt-naked slave, butt-naked African standing on one leg ready to harpoon some damn lion somewhere. And then they came, put you in slave clothes and civilized you and taught you how to read and write. If it wasn't for that's why our people think the white man's their savior now, man. That's why they trust their educational system now, because since we got off the boats and been beat into them, that we're supposed to learn from them.
Right.
All the white man's books came from our brain. Think about it. Think about where do books come from? Were books around before people, or were people around and wrote books? So our knowledge that we had, just like today, they learned from us, right? Then they write books about it.
This.
Y'all see that? We rap. They break it down and try to learn how to the rhyme and the prose and all these different things, and they put these fancy names to it. And then they teach it back to us in our universities and tell us how to do poetry. Nigga, are you serious? We are poets. We were the poets before you started writing. Before you started recording what we were talking about. See that? You guys just barely started bathing in the 1300s. AD. You understand? Y'all just started bathing and you go to teach us poetry? You go to teach us literature? Teach us art? You didn't even know how to rub two sticks together to start a fire until we came along. That's why they still like to go to restaurants and eat their meat raw.
Yeah. Right.
They like, they put a fancy name on it instead of calling it raw. It's rare.
Rare.
Ain't nothing rare about that. Every animal comes with his blood in it. That ain't rare. You trying to make it sound nice. That's common. Cooking it is rare to you guys because y'all just barely found out what fire was. Soap and water didn't come into y'all's attention until the 1300s when we gave it to you. You can read all through the scriptures and see about washing balls and we went into we had loofahs and we had all that, man. When you read in history of Susanna, Judith, Esther, we prepared ourselves with oils. We was on top of the smell game, man. Isaiah 3:16, the women walked around with little perfume bottles all on their body and everything like that. We was on top of the smell good game. See that? But when you look at Esau, man, the so-called white man, when the way Jacob had to trick Isaac into giving him his birthright, giving him Esau's birthright, was he had to put on goat hair and smell like all outdoors. He had to put that stuff on to get that birthright from that blind man that it was Isaac. Isaac was blind and he smelled him and he's like, okay, he smelled like Esau. He sounded like Jacob. But he smelled like Esau. Come here, let me feel you, man. And he felt him and he rubbed his goat fur that he had on him. He's like, okay, you hairy like Esau. Because you all furry like a caveman. Right? You like the Geico caveman over here. So let me go ahead and give you the blessing now. Now that you smell like outdoors and you feel like a damn beast, let me go ahead and give you your birthright now. That's how he verified it. Because Jacob didn't stink like all outdoors. Jacob took baths. Jacob was not a man of the field and hunting and trying to rub deer pee on himself so he could smell like deer and then kill him with an arrow. That wasn't Jacob's mentality. You understand? That's not the Jake mentality today. When's the last time you just got the urge, oh man, where's my deer pee at? Oh my God. Let me just, yeah. Like these niggas will sell you deer pee to rub on yourself. That don't even make sense. So you could go out and sit in a damn jungle or forest somewhere and kill some animal. Right. We're plain men. We dwell in tents, man. we ate of the things of the earth, man. What we could catch if we went out to catch it. You understand? We wasn't sitting in no damn tree for 3 days stalking a deer, smelling like pee. You see that? That's their nature. But they want, well, now that, like Job said in chapter 30, verse 1, now they that are younger than I, right? These people I had to teach how to bathe, they got me in derision now. Now they looking down on me. And I wouldn't even let these niggas sleep with my dogs. Why? Because again, like, I don't know if you were here for this, but you look at any type of bestiality on the internet, see how many pictures got black people in it. See how many brothers you see trying to pork a dog and a pig and a chicken and everything else, a snake. That ain't our people. That's their people doing that. Our people got into it because of Proverbs 12:26. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth them. Y'all see that? We started getting into that after they made it popular. Lesbianism, that comes from the Greek island of Lesbos. That's where it got its name. It doesn't come from them. They didn't invent it, just so y'all know. All right, they stole it from the Africans, who was nasty as hell. But lesbianism, that word lesbian, comes from the Greek island of Lesbos, where the women there was acting like what they call Amazons, right? That's where you get that from. Wonder Woman, she would have been a damn lesbian. So while you worshiping DC and Marvel and all that, that comes from lesbianism. Wonder Woman would have been the biggest, huge bull dyke you ever seen. Alright? Because she comes from that Greek island. Alright? And Lesbos is where all these women, they had outlawed men being on the island and only use them for reproductive purposes when they shipped them in. And they was basically making out with each other whenever they had a sexual urge. Y'all see that? And it was a warrior race. This was the Greek island of Lesbos. And that's why you call them Lesbos today. Y'all understand? So, that's where all this stuff comes from. They invented that. Then we look at it and now we want to put on a damn rainbow shirt and walk down the street with a thong on. You know what I mean? With women want to walk down the street with their breasts hanging out talking about black power. Like, no, dummy. Black power is keeping your titties in your damn shirt. You understand? That's what makes you powerful, is that you can still allure a man without getting butt naked. Y'all see that? Let's see. What was that? I was working in an Islamic store for 9 years, and this man with my stolen goods selling cigarettes, alcohol. But yeah, he always scream a lot. He was right. Yeah. But yeah, we gotta see that our history goes back further than just being niggas, man. Well, we weren't just some we're ex-slaves and now we're trying to be equal to the white man. No, we go past that. They are doing everything in their power to be us.
Yes.
You understand? Come on, man. When you look at those flex offs they have, the workout guys, they get up there and they doing all their flexing and all that. What color do they make sure they spray paint themselves before they go out there? Yeah, they want to show their muscles off and all the striations and their ripped this and all that. They color themselves black. Like they color themselves and make them look like a Negro. So that way it shows off easy. You understand? Because they don't show up on that pale skin, man. They don't look healthy pale. And that's by their own admission. That's not me being racist. Professor Arnold Ehretz, he said that. They're pale, that's a sign of sickness. When you go to the doctor, if you're pale, you're sick, right? But they've been walking around pale all this time. Now check this out about Israel. Go to Isaiah 29:22.
Isaiah chapter 29, verse 22. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, who redeemed Abraham, concerning the house of Jacob.
Right, concerning the house of Israel. Go ahead.
Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale.
So the Israelites were not going to get pale. So who are these people, these imposters that's over there in Israel right now? That's Isaiah 29, verse 22. Who are those imposters? Revelations 2:9, 3:9. You can write that down too.
Revelations chapter 2 verse 9. I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan.
See that? He said, I know your works, your tribulation, and your poverty. Well, how am I working? How am I in trouble? And I'm in poverty? That don't make sense. I'm working. Well, those fake Jews over there, they're not having to work too much, and they're not in poverty. The Jews over here, the real Jews, we work, we in trouble, and we always in poverty, man. You always struggling to make ends meet, stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Why? Because this is who the real Jews are. He said, I know your works, your tribulation, and your poverty, but you are rich. What? Wait a minute. We're not rich, though, in an earthly sense, right? We ain't got money like that. They got all the money. $9 million a month, that'll get you by, right?
Revelation.
When he's talking about saying we are rich, is that we're rich in spirit.
In the spirit.
You see that? We got the riches of the whole earth. How do you know? Well, let's see. Turn the radio on. See how many Jewish, right? Jewish songs you hear on the radio. Let me know how many times Dreidel, Dreidel, Dreidel plays on 97.9. Hava Nagila. Let me know how many times. Hava Nagila. Hava. Let me know how many times that gets airplay on the radio. Who's bumping that? Let me know when you go to China and they're bumping that on the R&B station. It's got rhythm, right? But it ain't got the blues. Y'all see that? It ain't got that. Everybody, like they say, everybody want to be black, but nobody really want to be black. You know what I mean? Everybody want to be black, but nobody want to be a nigga. Y'all see that? Like, nobody want to be called that. Nobody want to hear, stop, nigger. Freeze, nigger. Right? Nobody want to hear that. But everybody want to be black. Y'all see that? Iggy Azalea, catch her in a nigga moment. You know what I mean? Let the cops pull her over. She'll be white as hell. Yes, officer. Throwing her hair around and everything, right? Twirling her little blonde hair all over the place. There won't be nothing nigga about her. What's that?
That's similar to this rapper in Chicago called White Jesus. And, he had fake guns and he's like getting scared and stuff by the other black rappers.
Yeah. Yeah, because they all want to be that. They all want to represent it. Because why? Because we're the ones that are rich in spirit. The only way for them to even feel like they're somebody is to emulate us. What you think, the bra was invented by a black woman? Our black woman is perky and full-breasted. But look at a white girl past 30. She look like she's 60, 70 years old, like a baseball mitt already. All them beauty products and all that, that wasn't for you to make you beautiful. That was for them to look like you. Just be wearing lipstick and everything. You don't know that was so the white woman can have some color in her body. You understand? The blush, the foundation, all that is to make them, to cover up all that paleness. So you can't see their blood pulsating through their skin. So they could look like you. So they could look like the sun doesn't burn their bodies retarded. What's that?
No, I say my sister, when she was living, she used to really hate that. She said, since Jesus was king of the Jews, how come his people got all the money? Now, she was considering money. How come they so rich and got all the money?
Right.
That's what my sister used to be. She didn't get it. You know, she was thinking about money. They rich and got everything, and we had nothing.
And they do, but they're not the real Jews.
Yeah, now, that's what I'm saying. She don't know. They haven't got where I done got to be hearing all this.
Right.
They gone. They were still in the lack of knowledge.
Right.
Cause, you know,
They'll be back to get it again. They give everybody the opportunity.
You know why? Like I said, you remember the Holocaust when they killed all them that wanted to be Jews?
Yeah, the Holocaust. Yeah.
Because they kill them all because they know who the true Jews was, right?
Yeah. That's what Hitler knew.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, Hitler knew the true Jews were black.
Yeah, right.
And he used to teach his officers that. And then he also said, if my people want to be like the Jews, I'll make them like the Jews. That's why he was burning them. That's why he was burning them black.
And that's why the KKs hate the Jews.
Yeah, they hate those people. They hate those fake Jews.
Yeah, I seen them. They step on them.
Yeah, because the KKK is brothers to them in flesh, right? They're the same flesh, but it's our own people trying to sell out and be black. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just like we hate sellouts of our people, right? They hate sellouts out of their people. Like, why are you trying to be black? Stop. You see that? You trying to be the Jews. The Jews are black. They know. The KKK knows. Hitler knew.
Right.
The FBI, CIA, every other department, they know.
They know.
But our people don't know.
Yeah, that's right. They don't know because they're thinking they're the true Jews.
Yeah.
Everybody thinking that that's the true Jews.
Right. But this is what Christ said about them. Read that again.
Revelation chapter 3 verse 9.
2 verse 9.
Revelation chapter 2 verse 9. I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews.
Now, blasphemy is a wicked and filthy lie. It's something you can't really get out of somebody's brain. And that's what you can't get out of Americans' brain no more, man. For one, they're ignorant as hell. They don't read. But it's hard to get it out of Americans' brain that those ain't the real Jews. Because that's all they know. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
And are not, but are the synagogues of Satan.
Right, he said it's a blasphemy, it's a filthy, disgusting lie for them to even say they are Jews, because they're not. Now, who's saying they're the Jews today? On the general level, it's not our people. It's those people over there. That's who the world believes is the Jews. But they're not. They lie. See that? He said they're the synagogue of Satan. Alright? So when we say, you know, when you hear people saying, oh, the white man's the devil the Bible speaks of, yeah, they're the synagogue of Satan. They make up the synagogue of Satan. Not all of them, but especially those ones that are committing that blasphemy and saying they're the Jews. How are you the Jews and you got 3 gay clubs in the holy city of Jerusalem? That was as of 2012. Yeah, you got a gay day parade, you cats commit bestiality in the holy city. But y'all the real Jews? Real Jews don't do that. Torah don't say that. Y'all see that? Put their hand up.
Sometimes you see programs that were religious programs where like they raise money to save the Jews and like protect Israel. So they got people thinking that the Israel that the Bible is talking about is the nation, Israel itself.
Well, like the actual place?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Because the scripture tell you that that place, Ashdod, where they live right now, because they're not actually living in Israel. They're living in a place like this. Ancient Ashdod would be modern day Palestine, which is why the Palestinians are always at war with them. Because America took a chunk of Palestine and gave it to these white people and called them Israelites back in 1946. All right. So after World War II, they took all these Holocaust refugees, all right, and I'm calling them refugees like the news calls us when we trying to escape persecution. They're refugees, all right, and they took them, and some of them they let come to America, and some of them they put in that land of Israel to wipe us out as being a nation. Matter of fact, did that in Psalms 83 because I called it out earlier. But this was all a plan of Satan to wipe out the Jews, the true Jews, from being remembered and from remembering who they are.
Right.
And David prophesied of this when you read Psalms 83.
Psalms 83, verse 1 or 2?
Verse 1.
Psalms 83, verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God, hold not thy peace.
So David's like, please, Yahweh, don't be silent on this. Let it be known. Let this reveal the secrets. Go ahead.
And be not still, O God, for lo, thy enemies make a tumult.
Who are these people that are making trouble?
Thine enemies make a tumult.
Right, see, the enemies. Now, when you look at those so-called Israelites over there, those Jewish people, they're known as the Khazars in history. These are a warrior race of people. They like to make trouble everywhere they go. When you read, I got a book called The 13th Tribe by Arthur Kessler. Everywhere these people go, they would try to annihilate whoever was there and make them convert over to whatever religion they practice, which at a certain point became Judaism. All right? They took that on as a national religion. So it says the enemies of God are the ones making trouble in the earth. They used to go and commit wars all over the place. Now they do it undercover behind the scenes. They're the Rothschilds. They're the Rockefellers. When you go back in history, the Rothschilds, they would go ahead and they would boost up an economy of a certain nation, right? Then they would send out a rumor somewhere else that this nation was going to do this or do that, and it would crash that nation's economy so that they could go in and buy everything of that nation at a cheap price. Then they would send out another rumor somewhere else where, oh, that nation's so great, they're the center of, just like France, right? France is now the center of the fashion world and all that, right? But when's the last time you knew French people for doing anything fashionable? Think about it. These niggas can't even shave, women can't even shave their armpits, man. They barely started using perfumes and everything like that when we introduced them to oils. They still go to the Middle East to get the oils for their perfume. Because they have no natural resources there. You understand? But now we know France is the fashion capital of the world. Why? Because the Rockefellers told you that through advertising. They told you, oh, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, this and that, this French that, French this, French cuisine,
This
right?
is stuff that they said there, right?
That's what they set up. Why? To make you go to France, which has no natural resources. You can't go mine gold out of Europe. There ain't none. Can't even get damn salt out of there. And you can get salt damn near anywhere on the planet. You understand? But you can't get no natural resources out of Europe. But to boost up their economy so that they have something, they make that a tourism attraction. France, Rome, Italy, all these places that were dying of bubonic plague because they was stuck to eating rats back in a few centuries ago. You understand? Now they're the fashion capital of the world. If you don't believe it, look what happened after Katrina. All right, here in America. This is how diabolical these cats are. After Katrina, Louisiana was wiped out. New Orleans was wiped out. He could tell you. You understand? New Orleans was underwater, stuff was messed up, dead bodies floating down streets, everything like that.
Then they start blowing up the levees on purpose.
Right. They started doing that, flooded the place out, right? The white man came in, bought all the property up and everything like that because it was a low price. It wasn't worth nothing. It was swampland now. Then what they do is start fixing it up, right? Bring it back to French Quarter, filling it full of white people, white business, white this, white that. And now they boosting up. Then what? Who won the Super Bowl the following year? Why? Because that brought all the people down there for Super Bowl whatever, right? And all that money and boosted their economy back up over there. See that? To make it a tourist attraction again, instead of just swampland. Then what? The year after that, oh, that wasn't enough that year. We're going to win it the year after that. Well, it was the same team that year that didn't win the year before. And it was the same year that didn't win after that 2-year run. Why? Because they boosted the economy up enough to put them back on the map and make all them white businesses prosper over there. You understand? This is what the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers been doing forever, man. They've been doing it with World War I, World War II. When World War III starts, it's going to be about money. That's all it's ever been about.
It's all staged.
You understand? It's staged. They work in chaos and control. You understand? They create the chaos, and then they come in and say, oh, we got to come in and control this. You understand? They're going to do it to Mexico. That's why the spirit is hitting those Mexicans down there, and they starting to form militia groups to kill them drug runners and stuff like that, and take them down. Because America set them drug runners up. They buying the drugs from Colombia, funneling it through Mexico, and paying these drug runners to do it. So that what? It creates chaos. Now these people are killing for a dime sack of cocaine, you know what I mean, to be able to sell to America. Just to make some money, right? They killing and doing all this, and then what? Then America's gonna be like, oh, it's a war zone over there. They're amputating and they're amputating and beheading people over there and leaving them on the Capitol steps. We gotta do something about this. Send in the troops. Then what? They take over Mexico, build up a white man's economy over there, and now Mexico will be a tourist attraction. Wait for it. Donald Trump get his way, it ain't gonna be just a wall. It's gonna be a wall with a bunch of big ass drug holes in it. Like, oh, the drugs are still getting here. I thought Trump built a big ass wall. And then Trump, his money gonna be like, woo. Because guess what? That wall is gonna control the drugs for him. You understand? He's gonna be in control of those drugs that funnel from Colombia and Central America that come up through Mexico. He'll control that. That's why he wants to build a wall. It ain't to keep Mexicans out, because that nigga's still gonna have Mexicans serving in his tacos. He's still gonna have them building his house, in his hotels. You know what I mean? He's still gonna have them being waiters and waitresses and mailmen and all the lowest jobs he don't want. He's still gonna have them doing that illegally. But he gonna control that drug trade because they work on chaos and control. You understand? Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you already know he's European. Wouldn't surprise me if he was Jewish himself. You understand? Because that's how they live. That's what they do. That they commit that blasphemy through the earth. He said your enemies make trouble. They make all the trouble in the earth. Like, when's the last time? Think about it like this. Look at history. The Persians, the Persian Empire has not been at war for almost 3,000 years. All right, Persians and Mede Empire, that was 586. Nah, before that. I think it was like 722 or even 900 something BC. That's 3,000 years, man. That they have not been at war with no other people. Now all of a sudden Iraq is bombing the Twin Towers. You telling me people that are herding goats in a third world country have the technology to fly under United States radar into 2 big giant towers?
No, I never believe that.
And the Pentagon?
I never believe that.
Yeah, how you go from herding goats and wearing a cloth as clothing to now you flying planes into towers and into the Pentagon?
I think that all came from the White House.
That did come from the White House,
Yeah.
if it was real at all.
Yeah.
You understand? It actually didn't come from the White House. It came from that dude that I think his name is Bernie Madoff or something like that. I gotta find that name off again. But the guy that he just took out a $2 billion insurance policy on the Twin Towers right before it went down. It was a week before they went down. He took out a $2 billion insurance policy. Now, I put on an insurance policy on my car and go crash it into a phone pole next week. Guess what? The adjuster's coming out like, you trying to commit insurance fraud. You're going to jail. He did it, and guess what? He got his $2 billion. See that? So these things ain't coincidence. Now that was a Jewish man. They're the ones that create this trouble in the earth. Now for 10 years after that, 15 years after that, we still having a war on terror with goat herders because some dude wanted to get his $2 billion rocks off. Y'all see that? Your enemies make a tumult.
Yes.
Now, I didn't have to say the white man is the enemy of God. They're showing you that they're the enemy of God. You understand?
God.
They're showing you that by their actions. Now, do we say hate the white man, kill them and all that? No, Most High don't do that. Alright? He gonna kill the wicked of them and the righteous of them. He's gonna make them servants to us again. Alright? That's Isaiah 60. They're not all gonna be destroyed off the map, but they're not all gonna be in a happy condition either. Alright? Read the rest of Psalms 83.
Psalms 83, verse 2. For lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Right?
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
What did they do to the true Jews?
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
Go ahead.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
Right. What you think the UN is about, the United Nations? That's them taking crafty counsel against your people. Why do you think all of a sudden drugs are a big epidemic in a community since the UN been founded? Why do you think crack and gonorrhea and syphilis and all these things get tested out in black neighborhoods? Planned Parenthoods pop up in black neighborhoods because the United Nations is getting together, not for world peace. If it was for world peace, why is North Korea mounting up with nukes right now? Only a few years ago, South Korea was ready to nuke us, right? The UN can't even control them. They can't even put sanctions on them and be like, hey, y'all gotta stop making nuclear weapons. They can't do it. They like, screw you.
They starting to portray them as an evil nation, but that's like, to me, that's like war, man.
Of course they are, because these niggas want to blow us off the map because they see what kind of wickedness we are over here. You know what I mean? But see, here's the thing is, they took that crafty counsel. That's what they do in the UN. They don't try to create world peace. They look for a new way to destroy your black ass. If it wasn't true, why did these cops get to annihilate our people on the streets and the UN ain't stepped in? They go over to Africa, make sure they get their food drops, make sure that they put down whatever so-called rebel is trying to take over the African nations and put them in subjection and all that, but they don't come here and put these cops in check. Why don't the UN do that? Why ain't there a cure for AIDS, cancer, and all these other different things?
There is. I mean, it's just They just not put it out there.
Why? Because it's destroying the black community. As soon as little Becky get it, oh, we got a cure. They did it with Ebola, right? Try to kill off a bunch of Africans, West Africans, of course. That's where they sold us from, West Africa. So it's our people they was trying to destroy over there. They injected them with Ebola. Only a few people caught it. Tried to bring it over to America and blame it on a black man. As soon as a Chinese woman, an Asian woman got it, oh, we have a cure. Because these nations are the ones that took crafty counsel against our people, man. And they don't want their own
things
disease.
they put out there come back to them.
Yeah, they don't understand. The black man, shoot, every nation on the earth wants the black man. So you give us syphilis, Becky gonna get it, because Becky gonna be in the hood slumming. You know what I mean? You give Tyrone syphilis, go ahead and see how many white girls catch it. It's not a problem. You know what I mean? They did it in Guatemala. Hillary Clinton admitted this. They went to Guatemala, tribe of Zebulon, right? And injected these people with gonorrhea. Injected it into their veins and left it untreated. They took a woman in a room, injected her with it, and let her just die with her damn eyes bleeding. Veins all puffed up, swollen, everything like that. Pus coming out of different parts of her body and her eyes bleeding. The Tuskegee experiment, you can look that up. All right, the Tuskegee experiment. There's another, it's a book called Medical Apartheid. But the Tuskegee experiment, they took 300 black men here in America, injected them with syphilis on purpose to see how rapidly it would spread through the black community. Till Becky got it. Oh, now we got a treatment. You know what I mean? Now we know how to cure that. Because why? They create the chaos, they create the tumult, and then they create the control. But they make sure you got to go to them to get it. They set themselves up as God. You understand? So he said, your enemies make a tumult, then they hate you and lifted up their head. Go ahead.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
They take crafty counsel against your people. Every year, there's no cure for AIDS, no cure for cancer, right? But we got a new big giant penis pill. Huh? We got a new pill to make you stay harder longer. We got a new breast implant, butt implant. We got a new way for you to catch AIDS, syphilis, and gonorrhea that we put out there. Because they're trying to destroy you. You understand? Oh, we just came short of the cure for cancer, but we made this doll you can have sex with that's lifelike. What? Why is our science geared toward that and not toward curing these diseases? Oh, we just sent up another shuttle to the moon. Okay, but that cost you how many $1 billion? And you guys are doing $500 a plate dinners to cure diabetes? Why don't we just not focus on the moon right now and cure diabetes, cure AIDS, cure cancer? Why don't we do that? See this? They know what's killing our people. Black people suffer the most from heart disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, all this stuff because why? They put that food out there for us and told us that's what you're going to eat.
Yes.
See what I'm saying? They put these diseases out there and they said this is how we're going to destroy these people. Y'all see that? We're going to poison them. We're going to poison their mind against the Most High. Then we're going to poison their bodies against life. See that? That's the crafty counsel the UN's cooking up every year. That's why it's always a new way to kill us coming out every year. It was gangs in the 90s, right? Then we started wising up a little bit. Gangs it's still around, but it's not as big a thing, right? Because why? Oh, we got cops to kill you now. The boys in blue will kill all the other boys in blue and the boys in red and the boys that want to wear black and the ones that want to wear purple and everybody else. You understand? We got our own game now. Y'all see that?
Go.
They're the ones doing that. The enemies of God do that.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
And they consulted against the hidden ones. Israel is a hidden nation. Nobody knows we're the true Israelites. We've been hid here in America for 400 years. See that? They think those people over there are us. Go ahead.
Verse 4. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
You see that? These nations have said, let's cut them off from being a nation before the Most High. So that the name of Israel, the real name of Israel, Yasha'Allah, will be in no more in remembrance. They tried to cut off the ancient language and replace it with Yiddish. They cut off the ancient people and replace them with these white people, these little homosexuals that's over there now. You understand? They replace them with Europeans. They cut off everything. Then over here, they cut off our education. Don't let nobody tell you the Bible's a white man's book and the white man gave us religion. They didn't give us nothing, man. I got the American Slave Code book right now to tell you what happened if they would teach us to read, write, or practice religion. They would get fined $300 or get 40 lashes. The white man would get whooped if he was caught teaching us religion. You think they went out of their way to teach us? Read about Frederick Douglass, man. Didn't no white man teach him nothing. He didn't learn nothing in no university. He had to teach himself how to read and write.
Yes.
Then they want to tell you, oh, that's that white man's book. Man, get out of here with that. White man ain't wrote nothing this intelligent in his entire history. Ever. They just tell you it's intelligent. Oh, Tolstoy, War and Peace. You haven't read it? No. What the hell I need to know about Russia for when I got black people dying in my neighborhood? What the hell's a Russian ever did for me? He might do something for me pretty soon. That's all I'm cheering for from Russia now is Putin might blow America off the map. Thumbs up Russia. You know what I mean? I like any nation that want to blow up this one. I'm cool. That don't mean I'm going to be one of them. But it's going to be the hand of Christ through them blowing up this nation. Rest assured. So that's it on that, man. But y'all see where we come from, though, right? And like I said, there's more extensive, more scriptures, more prophecies, more books we can go into to prove that we are the lost tribes of the nation of Israel, and those people over there are not the true Jews. All right. Any questions on anything I just said? You're new, so I expect it. This is a class, this is not church. You're not going to interrupt nothing. You see how I just started all the way over from the beginning? So we took a whole hour out just for that. That's what we do. This is class. You know what I mean? It ain't like school where you come in halfway in the season and, oh, damn, I got to catch up. No, we're going to catch you up. You understand? We're going to teach you. We're going to teach you from the beginning, start it all over, because people need to hear this. They need to know this. All right? So if you got questions, ask, man. You know what I mean? But you went to church before?
Yeah.
Yeah? What kind of church?
Episcopal.
Episcopal? What they teach?
This is the normal church.
Huh?
This is normal stuff.
Jesus love everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that true? Why did they teach you that? They like, if I make a statement, right? The Bible says prove all things. If I tell you Jesus loved everybody, ain't I supposed to prove it? Right. How come I can go through the Bible and see all kinds of instances where he did not love everybody? Like, what about the flood? Did he love those people? Jesus loved everybody, right? Didn't he wipe out everybody on the earth except 8 people? Didn't he have a favorite? Right. So Jesus don't love everybody. But John 3:16 said John 3:16 said what? If John 3:16 means God loved the whole entire world, that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever in the whole world believes in him may not perish but have everlasting life, how come he wiped out a bunch of Christians in Indonesia? with a damn a monsoon, 100,000 of them. Think about it. Yeah,
But,
Christians die every day, man. Whole churches collapse. What's that?
But the mentality of people, I mean, like, they just don't believe it or see it that way.
Yeah.
They don't think that God would do something like that.
Yeah, because see, there's so much evil in the world. They want to believe that something only purely good exists, and that is only purely love. But only a faggot love everybody, man. And the Most High is not that. Yeah, they want to believe in unconditional love,
Yes.
meaning I don't have to measure up to any kind of standard in order for you to love me. You just love me as I am.
Yeah,
No,
that's what they think.
nobody. We're made in the Most High's image, and none of us will just accept everybody. You got there ain't nobody on the earth living up to that song. I ain't got no type. Yeah, you do, nigga. Because right after you said bad bitches are the only thing that I like, so you got a type. You like only the bad ones.
Right.
You know what I mean? We all have a standard. You understand? The Most High made us in His image. He has a standard, and if you don't measure up, He don't like you. He does not love you. Romans 9:13 tell you, Jacob have I loved, Israel. Esau have I hated. But God so loved the world. Uh-oh. Right? You got to prove all things. You can't tell me God loved everybody, and I can go through the Bible and say, oh, He hates the wicked. Oh, He hates Esau. Oh, He hates the prideful. Oh, He hates the liars. They're an abomination to Him. If a man lies not with a man as he lies with a woman, he has committed an abomination. They shall both be put to death. Did that sound like love to you? Uh-oh. What if I go to Isaiah 47? Oh, then it's over. I create evil. Ooh, that's not my God. He doesn't create evil.
No.
Yeah, He do. But He creates it as a tool for Him. You think of it as evil. When you see 100,000 people get wiped out in the damn monsoon, you think, oh, why would a loving God do this? To create balance in His world that He made. If He made it, you also didn't worry about the 100,000 people that were born yesterday. You just worried about the ones that died. You didn't celebrate all the ones that He made alive. But when you want to prove there ain't no God, why would a loving God wipe out 100,000 people in Indonesia? Well, why would He let 100,000 people be born in America? Yeah, it's a balance. He said it in His book. If you would have read it, if you really loved Him, He said an unjust balance is abomination. I ain't gonna have 100,000 people live and not have 100,000 people die. That's out of balance.
Yes.
Next thing you know, the whole world will be full of a bunch of dumb niggas. You see that? Yeah, I don't want to go there, but yeah, that's good. That's good. You on it? What's that?
They're kind of like, when all of this is over, right? The life we live in now, right? And then like Christ come back,
Mm-hmm.
and then the new world. So like, are people like gonna like die? I mean, are people just gonna be just constantly born? Are people gonna die again? How's that gonna work?
The scriptures tell you there will be no more death.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but that's going to be for the 144,000 elect and the 1/3 of Israel. All right, the 1/3 of the righteous Israelites. The others on the earth, they're still going to live and die just like normal. They're just going to be like the animals that walk around. You ain't going to care when they live and they die because they're going to be servants.
So some gonna live and some gonna die, right? Some gonna continue to live and some gonna just.
Right. When you read that John 3:16, He said, "Whosoever believeth in Him shall not perish but have everlasting life." Right?
Right.
And He's talking to Israelites. When you read John chapter 3, He's not talking to the entire world. He's talking to Israelites. He's talking to an Israelite when He said it. He's talking to a Pharisee. When you read Isaiah 45 verse 17, you can write this down and go there. But you find out what world He's talking about.
45:17.
You got it?
Oh, Isaiah 45.
Isaiah chapter 45 verse 17. Does it tell you, for God so loved the world, right? Well, what world was He talking about? Because you got third world, art world, prehistoric world, dinosaur world. You got the ballet world. You got all kinds of different worlds, right? You're in your own world. There's different definitions of the word world, right? So we're talking about a world of people, a sphere of people and their influence. And the Bible's going to describe what world He's talking about. Read that.
Isaiah chapter 45, verse 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation.
Who's going to be saved with that everlasting life?
Israel shall be saved.
Wait, the whole world?
Israel shall be saved.
Could Jesus love everybody?
Israel shall be saved in an everlasting and an everlasting salvation.
Read.
Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded, world without end.
So he was talking to the Israelites and he said, world without end. So what world will be without end?
Israel.
The Israelite world.
Only.
Only. That'll be the one that does not end. That would be the everlasting kingdom, the everlasting salvation. They will always rule. We always have. We just didn't know it.
Yes.
We're ruling right now. We just don't know it.
So, and the people that's living during that time that's not Israelite, they're the one that's going to perish.
Yeah. As Isaiah 60:12 tells you, the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. See that? So there will be death, but just not for us. There won't be death for the righteous Israelites.
So, like, the reason why I asked that is because, you know, we hear it all the time. People think, like, when Christ come back and all this stuff, like, everybody's just going to live forever.
The righteous, yeah. But remember, when Christ come back, he gonna be killing a lot of people, so obviously they ain't gonna live forever.
But I mean, you know, like after that, after everything is reestablished.
Oh yeah, when everything's reestablished, Israel will rule. But the other nations, they'll still live their life. They'll have a longer lifespan, like they used to, like we used to. But we'll live eternal. We won't die. We won't have corruptible bodies. For the 144,000 ruling body, they won't have bodies that die. The regular Israelites don't have bodies that get old. You'll be living like 1,000 years and everything. Then you'll die and you'll be reincarnated. You'll come back, just like back in the day. You understand? Yeah, you'll see one because I'll be going through the Revelations breakdowns and stuff like that. But yeah, we won't have it won't be no more like death as we know it here. It won't be no, you're not gonna die from no disease and all this stuff like that. You're gonna die in a nice old age with your kids around, grandkids, great grandkids, you're way down the line. You'll be an ancestor before you're dead. You understand? You have so many damn generations they'll be referring to you as their ancestor instead of their grandpa. You understand? So when people say back in the day, they'll be talking about you. That's how that'll be. Alright? But these other nations, they're gonna live their life in servitude and they ain't gonna die. Just like the world has been right now. You understand?
It's gonna continue that way.
Yeah, it'll continue that way for them, but they'll be under the rulership of us. Alright?
What's that scripture that said Jacob is the beginning, and Esau is the end of the world?
It's in Ezra's. Yeah. You had a question?
Yes. So there is such thing as reincarnation?
Oh yeah. And like I said, we got a few classes over that one too.
And I had a second question. My question is, all the Israelites are not going to be saved. Are all of them going to be saved?
Nah. He said 2/3 of them are going to be killed. Alright? 2/3 of Israel will not make it. There'll be 1/3 that live, and there'll be 144,000 that rule them. Not like the Jehovah's Witnesses where they're like, oh, there's only 144,000 people are going to heaven. That's stupid. You gotta be like, so what number are you? Because they've been Jehovah's Witnesses since like the 1800s, so you might be late. You probably ain't getting in. You might want to switch religions. See that? Or just go back and doing what you was doing, because 144,000, that's done. Right? But that's not what it means. When you read Revelation chapter 7, he tells you he pulled 144,000, 12,000 from each of the tribes of the nation of Israel. Yeah, Revelation chapter 7.
Most people are thinking that he is taking them where they need to be. There's Joel Osteen, but I listen at him. He's not teaching the kingdom.
Oh no.
I know my pastor is definitely teaching the kingdom. That's why I go there.
Yeah, he barely reads the Bible. He barely teaches it.
And so my friend said, Oh, I felt more spirit there than any other church.
Yeah, you felt a spirit.
She said, she said, and I thought I'd get baptized. She said, when you come to when you get baptized, I say, Bird, I say, I'll follow you anywhere else, but not Lakewood.
Right.
'Cause I did not like it.
Yeah, because he's just a prosperity teacher, man. He tell you that himself.
But she feel that she likes something like high class. She feel because these white, he got more high class than us.
Yeah.
So he has civility up there.
Yeah.
Powerful.
That's why people do go to
She
Red
like
Lobster killing
high
themselves. You know what I mean? Like you 3 seconds away from a heart attack. Doctor done told you to stop eating shrimp, but I gotta have my Red Lobster. Why? Because I gotta fit in with the white man. Our people be lining up to this damn Lotus Seafood spot right next door, man. Line up all the way out the door. You go over there right now. It's probably a line out the door.
They got chicken nuggets.
Huh?
They got chicken nuggets.
Right? But they killing themselves eating that damn Gulf oil spill fish over there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They lined up all out the door to eat that nasty ass catfish that
Wow.
menstruates on itself. They lined up all the way out the door to eat all that shrimp and everything just so they could look like the white man. You know what I mean? Because they let the Europeans influence their diet. And say, the Europeans didn't have no natural resources. All they could eat was what they could fish out to sea. And since they didn't really even have a lot of fish, they had to eat the bottom dwellers that were helping clean the water, the crabs, the oysters, the escargot, right? The snails. That's what they were eating what they could find. That's the diet of a desperate man. A desperate, starving person will just eat everything they see. You know what I mean? But to make themselves look like, oh, we're not hurting so bad, they try to make it a delicacy. Oh, this is not a snail, this is escargot. Well, you picked it up out the damn water, you boiled it, you put it on a plate, it's barely dead, and you make me suck it right out of the shell. That's a snail, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But what, that makes you look high class, so that now our people like, oh, yeah, I gotta eat snails so I can be like the French. They're so eloquent, right? They live so high class. They live so high class. They gotta eat out the bottom of a lake. You know what I mean? Snails crawl up the side of my door at my house. I ain't gonna eat one of those. That's common. That's not what kings. I don't see lambs just skipping through my yard. That's what kings eat. The lamb doesn't just jump over my fence and hang out in my backyard and start eating grass. That would be common. Snails crawl up my damn window. I wake up in the morning, there's a big ass snail right there.
I don't like to see the
Yeah.
snail.
There's worms in my backyard. I ain't gonna sit there and eat that. This ain't Fear Factor.
I can't stand them snail.
Yeah, if you can go in the water with your hand and a fish try to bite it and eat your damn arm off and you pull it out the water, you shouldn't eat that fish. You understand? That's a fish that will eat any damn thing in front of it. But they going in there fishing with their hands and grabbing these big ass catfish out the bottom of the damn lakes and eating them. They can't figure out why they got high blood pressure. They want to eat an alligator. You know what I mean?
I don't eat catfish.
Yeah.
Never did.
Yeah, but it's because the preachers are telling them, oh, it's okay. It's okay, you can do that. What's that, sis?
Is that a prime example of being in denial?
Yeah.
The Europeans?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's in denial. Yeah, they've been on that since the original man Esau founded them. You know what I mean? Because he sold his birthright, and he was angry because he accidentally sold his birthright to his brother, and then his brother actually went and claimed it. He didn't think his brother was going to be able to claim it. That was the problem. He thought he was doing the satanic thing. You know what I mean? Oh, you made a deal with the devil. I'm gonna get my food. You'll never get that birthright. Nah, we made sure we got our birthright. Y'all see that? Yeah. So we're gonna say shalom to y'all online because we've been rolling about 3 hours now. We're gonna say shalom to y'all online and get this Hebrew class going. That's why it's important for y'all to try to be here in class. We're gonna get this Hebrew class rolling for brothers and sisters that are here, and so while they're setting up and everything, we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit the bathroom and we'll go ahead and continue with that. For those of y'all that want to roll, that's cool. For those that want to stay and learn that, you're gonna learn that ancient Hebrew and also the modern Hebrew alongside with it. That way, when you get into the Hebrew scriptures and when you get into things that have Hebrew on it, you'll be able to read what it says. All right, and as it says it, not like how they interpret it for you. All right, because they interpret it a whole different way. All right, but we appreciate y'all joining us online. Once again, join us Monday, Wednesday from 7 to 10 p.m., Friday from 9 to 11:30 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Again, if you got donations, we appreciate that. We appreciate y'all giving those. That goes into the treasury of Israel. It goes to your people. It doesn't go to us. All right, that goes to the brothers and the sisters that need books, need notepads, need papers, need a ride, anything like that. So if you can give it, and we bless you for that. The Most High will bless you for that. Anything monetary donations you want to give, take it to Wells Fargo. Go to the Israelite School of Biblical History account. Put that into account number 101-580-61. I'm sorry. Yeah, 6167. So that's again 101-580-6167. All right. Again, any questions, you can email us hiddentruth12@gmail.com. Go to the website isbhpk.com. Check us out. You can also text 832-941-2443. Oh, okay. You want to keep that online too? Okay. All right. So they're gonna be. We'll keep it online for y'all brothers and sisters that want to learn the Hebrew too. All right. Usually we weren't doing that, but we're gonna do that now. So they're gonna set that up, and stay tuned. We're gonna go ahead and go into that Hebrew class. And again, thank y'all for any of y'all that are leaving. Would say shalom to y'all. All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
So yeah, go ahead and set that up, man, and then just bring the billboard, bring the poster down here. You put a camera back so it's facing that too, so they can see. All right. Got it? You might have to pass it over to you.
I think this is as far back as it's gonna go.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, cord kind of short.
It's cool, just face it this way. I'll put this.
How about say you can pull the desk back? We'll pull a hole.
Oh yeah, no, it's cool. You'll flip the camera over there. Yeah, over that way, point it that way, and then we'll bring that over here.
That's a lot.
And normally, we had a sister that she's working. If she was able to work the computer right now, we could do this all online, where you can see the Hebrew characters in the ancient form and the modern form, flash up on the screen for y'all.
She's working it. Oh,
Is that it?
yeah. I guess you can't work the camera, but yeah, somebody's definitely using it though. I've seen the mouse move a couple of times and had closed something out.
Yeah, because I saw you on there. That's cool.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you gonna test us on that song? Cause he said he was gonna test us on the first on that song. Cause I like to practice it and like I want to say it.
Oh, you've been practicing? The ABCs?
Yes.
Okay. The ABCs?
Yeah.
Yeah, we gonna stand over there? Good. A view? Okay. I'm gonna turn it so you can see.
Oh, just let me know when I got it. Alright, that's cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you can stand over there, like, you do that view,
Yeah. Yeah, just point it out this way so I can see if we're good or not.
Good. Might have to unplug it. Yeah, don't want it to catch on fire.
Let it on catch on.
Not a good look.
Oh. Be on camera too,
All right,
Yeah,
they don't go that
short.
far.
huh? I'll move it over, son.
Hey, just switch the cord. Switch the cord. That long one.
Oh, that was a bad quarter.
Oh, it don't work?
It's touchy.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so yeah, y'all gotta kind of bear with me on here. So we're gonna do the Hebrew. We started with the alphabet. And then, you know, like he said, we'll test y'all over the, who was here last week for the Hebrew? Oh, is this you? And you? Oh, okay. So we'll see what y'all got, and then that way, so everybody can understand what y'all went over. We'll go over the alphabet just a little bit, and then next week we'll pick it up from there. All right? Yeah, we'll move over. Okay, cool. Wait. This is as far as we can get it. That should be good, like right there.
Right here. That's good.
Well, no.
None.
Yes.
Ah, jeez, man. Let me see. Let's hold it there.
Look like it's just wrapped up right there.
Yeah.
Okay, can you move it up?
Why it's tangled and stuff too, you know?
Oh, okay. Alright, that's cool. Like I said, y'all gotta bear with me. There's some marker over there.
Can you move it up? Black marker?
Shalom. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it should be some of those white erase or dry erase markers over there. Let me see it in the back real quick.
You have your sheet?
You know, this is the one time I didn't bring it with me.
Oh, okay.
I generally bring it every Saturday, but for some reason I didn't bring it this morning.
Just in case something slips through the cracks. Alright, so. Well, what happened to this? I thought you turned around.
It's the same thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Alright, so hopefully, okay, he got some of it up there, that's good. Alright, for those of y'all watching, I'm trying to get it up there as close as possible.
Bless you.
But this is a paper with the ancient Hebrew and the modern Hebrew side by side on there. And the brother's also bringing them up on screen so you'll know what we're going through. Alright? So you said, Sade, you said you got it?
Yeah.
And then, how was your name? what the ancient is, and then y'all can see the modern. All right, so this is the first thing to know about Hebrew. I'll put it up here. And maybe if he's doing it online, maybe he can put it on there. But all Hebrew is written and read wrong read. Written and read from right to left. Alright, so you do English, right? Just like I wrote it here in English, you're reading it from left to right. You see that? In Hebrew, you start from right to left. So when you're doing English, you're actually doing backward Hebrew. Alright? Just like their A is just a sideways Ah, which is our first character of the Hebrew alphabet. Y'all see that? They flipped it over on its side and made it an A and tried to act like they invented it. Y'all get that? Right. So that's what you got right there. It's all Hebrew is written and read from right to left. That's one of your first rules of Hebrew. Alright? So does everybody have this? Alright. And I don't know if you can type that in on the bottom, if you're able to, but if you want to type that in on the bottom for them online, all Hebrew is written and read from right to left. That's the first rule of Hebrew. Hey, can you give me a paper towel? Okay. Alright, so when you look up here, and we have the Ten Commandments sign up here, we got the Our Father prayer, you start from right to left. So if you're looking at it backwards, you're going to be like, Mayam Shabash, well, that don't make sense. Okay, Abanawa Shabash Shamayim. See that? Because you're reading it from right to left. So that's the first rule of Hebrew, is that all Hebrew is written and read from right to left. Yeah, we gotta get some more modern devices on this. Alright. Next rule of Hebrew. There are 22 letters, 22 characters in the Hebrew alphabet.
That's right, so you know how to keep using paper towels.
Oh, appreciate it. Even your word, the word alphabet is derived from the Hebrew, just so y'all know. Alright? Because what the Greeks did was they changed the alap, which was stood for our first letter, al-ah. They took the alap and changed it to alpha. Alright? Or they say aleph in modern Hebrew. And we'll go to that. But that's where you get alpha. And then bet is beta. Alright? Or bayah in Hebrew. It's A and B. In English. Or in Hebrew, this would just be saying A and B. Or like you say your ABCs. That's where you get this word alphabet from. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they stole that. Even that word alphabet is from us. There are 22 characters in the Hebrew alphabet. All right. 21 are masculine. Did he go over this last time? This part, the rules? Okay. So we got 21 are masculine. Let me get another one of those the black ones. So 21 are masculine. You know what? Y'all can just write this stuff down. I'm gonna say it. Y'all write it. Because they ain't seeing that online unless he, like I said, unless he's able to type it in down there. There we go. 21 are masculine. One is feminine. All right. There's only one effeminate vowel sound in all of Hebrew, and that's the character I, which looks like this. Or do you know it, Sade?
O.
Yeah, it looked like an O, right? Or an actual I. Alright. So it'll look like that. That's the character I. Y'all can see that? Alright, this is the only feminine character in the entire Hebrew alphabet. Alright, it's not like in English you got A, E, I, O, U. All we have is I. So you're not, when you hear them speaking that Yiddish and they're Atiefa, none of that is masculine. That's feminine. You understand? We didn't have the f sound in Hebrew. They did that. Alright? We didn't have the A sound, the A, the O sound. We didn't have that in Hebrew. They did that. Alright? They injected that because it was hard for them to be able to speak our language from the nasty, crooked language they spoke, which is also in that 13th tribe book. It said their language sounded like the croaking of frogs. All right. So when they transferred from their little croaking frog language to Hebrew, they had to add a lot of effeminate vowel sounds. That's why when you hear those people speak Hebrew, they sound like they're speaking French or any other European language. Y'all see that? Or German even. What's that?
It's not on here.
Huh?
It's not on here.
What's that?
The alphabet and the alphabet.
Oh, I? Yeah, the character I should be on there.
It's this one. He just
Right after Sa.
We put a dot in it.
Oh, okay.
You see that?
I don't think that's an alphabet. Okay, that's what that threw me off.
Right, and see, right above when I'm saying Sa, right above each character, they put the how you say it in English. Ah, ba, ga, da, right? You see that? All right, so that's how you do the character in English. There are 22 characters in the Hebrew alphabet. 21 are masculine. 1 is feminine. Y'all got that?
That's the only feminine.
Huh?
That's the only feminine.
That's the only feminine one. All right, I. All right, you'll hear that sound in stuff like Shammai, which means to listen, right? You got Sha, Ma, and then the last character will be I. And you connect that Ma and that I sound, and it makes my. See that? So we didn't have A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y. We had this. All right? Everything else sounded like an ah ending. All right? Or it ended with the consonant sound. And something like that. All right? So when you hear somebody, what's my rib's name? Shara, right? That's how you would end that. Or Shar. If you were saying Prince, you would say Shar, right? Shara makes it feminine. See that? So that we put just an ending sound on there. We didn't put an effeminate vowel sound to make it feminine. All right? Like they did, you got Michael, right? And then if you want to say it feminine, you say Michelle, right? They changed the whole way of the word. They make it sound more soft and feminine. See that? We did it. Our women were warriors too. All right? So we just put the ending on there to show this is a woman. All right? But yeah, everything was in a masculine character. So y'all got this, right?
Come.
Okay. Alright. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything, man. It's been a little while. But let's go facing good. Okay.
I got a, it was like the English writing, right? So how would we pronounce this, like reading this from right to left? But it's written like from
Well, it's written in English. So what you see it in English. You don't say ha, right? You say and the next one is ba, not ab. See what I'm saying? You're not reading it from right to left. When you see the English pronunciation, you're saying, okay, that's that's ba, that's ga, that's da. See that? That one's written in English, so you know how to pronounce it. All right. Now, what I'm gonna have one of the brothers do, because I gotta hit this. Go ahead and write the Hebrew alphabet in ancient on there. All right. You just write it right from right to left, and you're gonna do it in 2 rows, and we're gonna go through each one right below it. All right. So while he's writing that out, I'm gonna hit this bathroom. I'll be right out. Hey, Rayon, have him do the song again. If you know.
Y'all know how to do the song?
It's ABCs.
The song is, it's ABC. It's ba. You got it?
It don't matter.
Yeah, go ahead and hit it.
Alright, you got it all together?
Yeah.
Ba, ga, da, ha, wa, za, cha, ta, ya, ka, la, ma, na, sa, pa, ta, za, kwa, ra, sha, da.
The song that they had us do to help us remember, it was like Abba Gada Hawa.
Oh yeah. Oh, like that. Okay.
It was Abba Gada Hawa Za Kataya Kala Mana Sa Aipa
Kana, mana, sa, ta, ba.
Tazakwa Rashata.
Tazakawashata.
So it's like, I guess,
Over
like
and
4
over.
lines if you want to put it. I remember the Abba Gada Hawa Za, and then Kataya Kala Mana Sa Aipa
Kala, mana, sai,
Tazakwa Rashata.
Tazakwa, rashata.
Yeah, so it's like when we set the ABCs and we put the ABC in the song format, so we could get it. That's how we'll do it with this one.
It sounds militant.
Yeah, one more time, let's go. Abba, gada, hawaza.
Abba Gada Hawaza
Kataya Kala, mana, sai, apa.
Kala Mana Sa Aipa
Tazakwa, rashata.
Tzakarashata.
Yeah, she got it.
Tzakarashata.
One more time. Abba, gada, hawaza.
Abba Gada Hawaza
Chataza.
Kataya
Kala, mana, sai. Is it
It's Kala Mana Sa Aipa
Kalamana Sa'apa.
Tazakwa Rashata.
Tzakarashata. It's the I part. You put the I part in 4 or 5? That's what tongue twists me. Yeah. Let's go one more time. Abagada. We're gonna get it right. Abagada hawaza.
Abagada hawaza.
Kataya.
Shikataya.
Kalama nasa. Ipa.
Kalama nasapa.
Tazakwa rashata.
Tazakara shata.
It's a tazak.
Tazakara shata.
Tazakwa. Is it kwa?
I'm
You
getting
eat it.
nervous.
You eat it. Why you don't eat it? That's just funny. Alright, one more time. Abagada hawaza.
Abagada hawaza.
Kataya.
Shikataya.
Kalamana sa ipa.
Kalamana saipa.
Taza kwa rashata.
Tazakwa rashata.
Is it Tazak?
Tazakara shata.
Tazak.
Tazak.
Tazak. Yeah.
One more time. Abagada hawaza.
Abagada hawaza.
Kataya.
Shikataya.
Kalama na sa apa.
Kalamana saipa.
Tazaya.
Tazakara shata.
Just say it so they can get those characters out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. What did you say again, sir? I'm sorry.
Just say the
Break it
alphabet.
down.
Okay, you said the alphabet.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Abagada hawaza.
Abagada sa.
No.
Wa.
He said like this, like I,
Ah.
ba,
Okay.
ga,
Yeah, like
Okay.
alphabet.
Got you. It's I,
ba,
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 ga,
ga,
da,
da,
ha,
Pa.
ha,
ha,
Ha.
wa,
wa,
za,
Za.
ha,
Ka.
ha,
Ha.
ha,
Ha is ha.
ha. Yeah,
Ha.
it's more practice.
Ha.
Yeah.
Like
Ha.
like ha.
And then it's ta,
ta,
ya,
Ta, ya.
ya,
ka,
ka,
la,
La.
ma,
ma,
na,
Na.
sa,
Sa.
I.
Ah. Oh,
I
is
got
it
it
I?
right. Pop.
It's not I. It's
Yeah,
I.
yeah, this was the I,
It's
remember?
I. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I pop. I pop. Oh.
Yeah, this was the pop.
Oh, I got it.
I'm sorry, I'm slow riding.
Yeah, you gotta. They tricked us with alphabets A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P. So it's, now we reading it right to left.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna confuse you. I'm getting confused. A, ba, ga, da, ha, wa, za, ka. It's ka,
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 Ha.
ka. I'm saying it right?
Yeah, it's like Khazakia.
Yeah.
That's actually how you gonna say
Yeah,
it.
Kazaki, yeah. Ta, ya, ka, la, ma, na, sa. Is it I? Is it I?
Yeah, it's I. And then Pa, Taza, Kwa, Ra, Sha, Da.
Kwa, ra, sha,
Let's
da.
start from the top.
Alright, y'all, from the top, let's get it.
You go. You start off.
It's Abagada Hawaza,
Abagada hawaza,
Khataya,
kataya,
Kalamana Saipa,
kalamana, saipa, ipa,
Taza, Kwa, Ra, Sha, Da.
tazakwa, rashata.
No?
One more?
Keep going till
Yeah, we're gonna keep going, so like.
Break it down by the letters.
Okay. A,
ba,
Ba, Da,
ga,
Da,
da,
Ha,
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 Wa,
wa,
Za,
za,
Ha,
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 Ta,
ta,
Ya,
ya,
Ka,
ka,
La,
la,
Ma,
na,
Na, Sa, I,
I,
Pa,
pa,
Taza,
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 Qua,
Qua,
Ra,
Ra,
Sha,
Sha,
Da,
Da,
A,
A,
Ba,
Ba,
Ga,
Ga,
Da,
Da,
Ha,
Ha,
Wa,
Wa,
Za,
Za,
Ka,
Ka,
Ta,
Ta,
Ya,
Ya,
Ka,
Ka,
La,
La,
Ma,
Na,
Sa,
Sa,
I,
Pa,
Za,
Za,
Qua,
Qua,
Ra,
Ra,
Sha,
Sha,
Da.
Da.
It's wild, man.
That's right.
I would do this one.
Yeah, this is
This is 2013.
Alright.
Oh.
Alright, so we'll make it a little smaller. Well, I mean, you got all this on the paper in front of you, right?
Sure.
So we're gonna go through the characters, what they represent, and the symbols. Alright, we're going to go through a few just to get y'all started, and then we'll pick up the rest probably next week. And then, y'all keep practicing over that song too. As you get time in your busy schedules and everything, you can still run through that in your brain. You know what I mean? Just like you did your ABCs when you was a kid, now you're relearning the righteous language. All right. And we're going through this because when you read Zephaniah chapter 2 and verse 9, if one of y'all want to grab it real quick, he said he's going to give to the people, he's going to return to us a pure language. All right. This is the language that started everything. All right. You read about Abraham, he was known as Abram the Hebrew. All right. He wasn't known as Abram the English, Abram the Yiddish, Abram the Russian. You understand? He was known as Abram the Hebrew based on the language he spoke. We're known as Hebrew Israelites. Why? Because Hebrew is our language, and Israelite is our nationality. Y'all see that? What's that?
Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1. Gather yourselves.
No, 2 verse 9.
Oh, sloppy. Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 9. Therefore, as I live,
3 and 9, I'm sorry.
Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 9.
There we go.
For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent.
See that? So he's going to return to the people a pure language, return to his people, right? That pure language, which was Hebrew, so that we can all call on the name of the Most High with one consent, one way, one voice. Y'all see that?
Cool.
All right. So the first character of the Hebrew alphabet is Ah.
Ah.
And you have that written in English, right above yours. It says Ah, right? So we got Ah. That's how you pronounce it in English. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to write what it represents in Hebrew and then what that is in English. So Ah represents Alap. Okay? Now, based on just looking at the character, what would we think of this?
Just based on what the
If you're thinking of English mindset, but like if you were thinking of this, if you've seen this written on a wall somewhere, what would you think this was trying to represent?
An alphabet? An English alphabet, you saying?
No. If you've seen this just written on a wall, if you've seen, go back to what they call caveman days, right? You see this character just put on a wall somewhere.
Like a stone,
A
a
tip.
warrior stone to like kill the animals with.
Close. All right, you had it right on the animals, right?
Is it like
Well, let's tilt our head sideways, and I'll put the ears on there. You know what I mean?
Cattle.
And then we'll put the nose down here, and you put maybe some eyes on it, right?
Cattle. A deer.
Now it's looking like a cow, right? So what alap means in English, it will be cattle. All right. So is alap. It represents alap. Alap in English means cattle. What's that?
What is that? Hieroglyphics.
Hieroglyphics?
Yeah.
That's kind of like how they wrote on the Egyptian walls. That's what you see, hieroglyphics.
Okay.
All right, and it's basically a pictorial way of representing something you want to say. All right, and when you go into the ancient languages, like I said, I left that book at home, but I got this real long book, Adam's Synchronological History. But it goes through and shows where the languages came from before. Like, say somebody wanted to kill you, right? They might send you something like you know, you watch The Godfather. They show that horse. The guy wakes up and there's a horse's head in his bed. Now, is it something they got against horses? No, they tell him that guy they gonna kill him. See what I'm saying? When you watch these movies now, they like send some kind of message, right? The mafia will send some kind of message, right? And that means, okay, we're gonna kill you, or we're gonna cut your tongue out, or we're gonna do this, right? Well, back in the day, they would do stuff like that. So when you advance more into writing system, you started putting on hieroglyphs, right? If you wanted to warn somebody, or you wanted to tell somebody, hey, there's cattle around here, you put this alap right there. And instead of them having to read a whole story about how you walked over there and where you grew up from and now what a cow looks like and all that, you had it. It was right there. You just saw it in one picture. All right. The Chinese do it. They make the little symbols and all that. And you know, you might see something like this in Chinese, right? And it'll look like this. Right? This is on my son's Shaolin Kung Fu place, right? And this means Shaolin. And you're like, the hell, how does that mean Shaolin? Well, because Shaolin means young forest in English, right? And these will be trees. So that's all they're doing is they just made 2 trees, and you sit there like, oh, the Chinese are so advanced. No, they drew 2 trees, and that's what it represents, a forest. They didn't draw 1 tree because that doesn't represent a whole forest, right? So they drew 2 trees. Now that doesn't make you smart and intelligent. It's just they comprehended much in few words. You understand? That's what the scriptures tell you to do, is comprehend much in few words. But it doesn't make you the father of some writing system. Like they try to make the Egyptians the oldest writing system. No, they drew pictures. If they saw a hawk, they drew a hawk on the wall. If they saw an owl, they drew an owl on the wall. It didn't mean some deep understanding of the universe. It was, there's a bird. You understand? All right, so when we're going into the Hebrew and we start connecting these symbols, connecting these characters, just like the Chinese do, you find out that, oh, okay, the Hebrew connected a lot of characters, like Abba, right? Ah stands for Alap, which is cattle. Y'all got that?
Yeah.
Ba Alright, so you make kind of like that triangle, like a teepee for a house, right? Because we dwelt in tents. And then you would make this right here, that would look like your yard, right? Because Ba, alright, I'm writing again the English pronunciation, Ba, stood for Ba Yath. Alright, Bayath means house. Alright, now check out how deep Hebrew gets. You put and Ba together, you got Abba, which is father. Why? Because the father is strong as an ox, right?
God.
So you just put the cow with the house. You understand? So he's the house of strength.
God.
See that? And he's the head of the strength. You understand? He's the main house of the strength. See that? So it's like a deeper understanding when you're looking at this. This is a language. You see that? I've taken 2 symbols, put them together, and made boom, Abba, father. See that? But when you break them down, you got A, which represents Alap as cattle, right? Ba, which is Bayath, which means what?
House.
House, right? And put them together and you end up with father. See that?
God.
Yeah.
You put Fire together with what to mean father?
Oh no, I'm saying the ah and the ba make father. So when you say Abba, that means father, right? And each character represents a thing on its own. You understand?
Ba mean father and Baya mean house.
Right. Bayath means house. Ah means cattle.
And Abba mean father.
It means father because you combine the two things to make the strongest member of the household. That's why I say we come with phrases now. We say, "Oh, he's strong as an ox," right? Yeah. Well, that's what that is. Oxen will be cattle too. You understand? And where they are housed at, who houses the strength of the family? The father. You understand? So you putting these together, you're seeing, okay, then I see how that represents a father. If you saw this written on the wall, and they weren't connected, like so it would say Ab, or it would say Abba, you would say, okay, this is talking about a father.
So
Not just cattle and a house. See that?
okay, when you like speak in the language and you wanna like refer to someone like someone call you father, so like they would say Abba.
Yeah.
So
It's
in
like we do
Hebrew-
when in Hebrew when we say our father, we say Abba Nawa.
Gotcha.
Our father. Father our. See that? Because that's how you say father in Hebrew. But when we're doing the alphabet, it doesn't mean father. You're not connected everything in Hebrew. It might. I haven't researched that. I haven't really went into breaking down each character, but the whole alphabet might actually say a long sentence if you think about it. You know what I mean? Because it starts out with father.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying?
Uh,
But it's something to look into. You get to have fun when you study it.
Yeah.
But so y'all got this, right?
Con.
Alright, so I'm gonna erase this and then I will demand of thee. Alright, answer me if you can. Alright, so we got what does it represent?
Cattle.
Cattle, right? Alright, and how do you say cattle in Hebrew?
Allah.
Allah.
Class?
Allah.
Tawab. Allah. Now remember, this is not a feminine language. It's not a feminine language, so you gotta open your mouth. You gotta pronounce these things. Allah. Alright? When you do it in English, it's we could just get lazy with it. But this is Hebrew. Alright, we work for ours.
Allah.
Allah. There you go. Alright?
You said ass. Allah.
Oh, okay. Your pop's called.
Hmm?
Your pop's called.
Hmm?
Your dad.
Hmm?
He hit me up on text, said he called.
What that?
Alright, so now we get into the third character of the Hebrew alphabet, which is Ga. Alright, and it kind of looks like a 7. You're going to tilt it just backward slightly to the right. And,
Are you start from the left?
hmm?
You start from the left?
Yeah, well, see, when you're writing it, like if I'm writing out the whole alphabet, I'm going to start, right? From
Oh,
right
yeah.
to left, right? So, yeah, when I'm just drawing it, you
Oh,
start
yeah,
how you
yeah.
want to. Yeah. But you just got to make the character. Alright, and this is Ga. Now again, on some of these, you got to use your imagination a little bit, which we had, all right, and we still do. But Ga represents Ga Mal. Ga Mal. I've been forgetting to write these out in the Hebrew also, but Ga Ma and La. So you have Ga, Mal. What I did under here, these are called connectors and separators. All right. You have the separators separate one character from another. So you're saying Ga by itself when you see that. You're just gonna say Ga, right? Then when you get to the Ma and the La, they have a connector underneath. Alright? You don't see this in the writings on the walls and stuff like that. You don't really see this, but it's for the purposes of teaching. Alright? The Ma and the La connected, instead of you saying Ga, Ma, La, now you're gonna say Ga, Mal. Alright? Ga, Mal. So you're going to connect these, drop the last consonant or the last vowel sound. So you're not saying Ga Ma La, you're saying Ga Mal. Ga Mal. And that, in English,
Camel?
camel. And does it not sound exactly like that? You're saying the same thing. Ga Mal, camel. You understand? Kamal. That's all you're saying. So a lot of your English words borrowed, stolen from Hebrew. All right, yeah, you're gonna see a lot of these things. You've actually been speaking Hebrew the whole time. All right, especially when we get really into it. All right, so is what?
Cattle.
Cattle.
It's cattle, right? And that is in Hebrew?
Allah.
Allah. Good. Ba
It's a house.
is house. And how do you say house in Hebrew?
Baya. Baya.
Baya.
Close. Bayat.
Baya.
Bayat. Alright? Yeah, so you see somebody named Beth, or you see Beth in the Bible, Bayat.
Baya.
House. Alright? So if Christ came from Bethlehem, he came from Bayat Lacham, house of bread. That's pretty deep, huh? Because what was Christ? He was the bread of life. And he came from the city Bethlehem, Bayat Lacham, bread of life. House of bread. Y'all see that? Alright, so now we got this last one. We did Ga, which is what?
Camel.
It's camel in English, right? And how do you say camel in Hebrew?
Gamal.
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 Kamal.
Not Gamal, but Gamal.
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 Yeah, we didn't have the different sounds and the ga and the gay and all that. We didn't do that. So it's not gay mall or gay mail or nothing like that. All right? Right. Gamal. Next, we have Da. Now, I'm not going to all the other things because I'm trying to get through the Hebrew characters, but it gets a lot deeper because when you go into this looks the same way in Greek. When the Greeks came and changed it, they kept this and called it a delta. When the English came, they flipped it on its side and called it a D. All right? So this is Da. And Da stands for Dalath. Alright? Da stands for Dalath. And Dalath, I'm sorry, we'll write that out in Hebrew. Dalath is spelled Da-La-Tha, right? Now, Rayon, come up here real quick, man. If I'm saying Dalath, now remember what we did with camel, right? What we did with Gamal, right? If I'm saying Dalath, where do I need to put the separator and the connector?
The separator is here for Da, and then the connector will be right here for La.
There you go. Alright? So it's the same thing, you just draw it upside down. You do the curve, you know, either way. Alright? So the separator goes under the da. So you're saying the da, and then when you get to the la and the tha, you're going to say those together. La. Da la. Alright? And this one's easy enough because it means door.
Door?
Remember, don't think of English doors. Big, giant, rectangular, square doors, because that's how the Edomites are. They're squares. Think of Gadite doors, teepees, right? Here go your teepee right here, right? There go your door right there, little flap cut into the side of the teepee. Da la. You see that?
I wanted to know the difference between the ancient letter and the ancient writing and the alphabets. Like, why are they different?
What do you mean? Like the ancient and the modern?
Oh, this is the modern right here.
I'll bring it up. I can't see that for you. Right, so you got the ancient here, the ancient letter, the ancient writing. When it says ancient letter, this would be like uppercase writing. All right, this is how you're commonly going to see it. But every once in a while, you have people that was just writing it out. They weren't just stamping it into stuff. All right. So when it's being handwritten, just like it's the difference between when you write in English print and cursive. You see that? So on your booklets, when you see one part says ancient writing and one says ancient letter, it's the difference between your English letters and cursive. So if a person was writing it out, they're going to write it like you see in the last column. If they're doing it like in stone or official seals or official letters and things like that, they're going to write it in these characters. So a lot of the stuff they unearth, you know, when it comes from the kingdoms and stuff like that, or one king to another, you'll see this letters. When you always see the 10 Commandments written out, it looks like this. All right, it looks like the ancient writing. Okay. But when you look at like stone written from one king to say some woman, or one king to another, those friends or something like that, you will see that ancient writing, where it's less formal. All right. See, I got that. All right. Just to clear that up, yeah, I hadn't really looked through the booklet. I go off of mostly memory of this right here, All right. So let's recap again, because we got the first 4 characters now. You got means cattle, which is what in Hebrew? Alap. All right. Bayath. Right? Which means what?
House.
Good.
Camel.
Camel. How do you say that in Hebrew? Gamal. Right? Swab. Swab means good. All right. Da is what in English?
Door.
All right. It represents a door, right? Now in Hebrew, how do you say door? Dalah. All right. Remember, you open your mouth for this. Yeah. Dalah. No. Dalah. There we go. And this will help you with your prayers when you're praying, instead of being like, Abanao, Shabbat Kodash. You'll know you got to open your mouth and bring some force out of it. You understand? And that's in the prologue of the Apocrypha. It tells you we we come short in some words because the same things uttered in Hebrew and translated into another tongue have not the same force in them. See that? And you see that in English. In English, you can get lazy, right? You don't have to say, you don't even have to say no anymore. No, not yet. Nah. You know what I mean? Why? Because you can get lazy with English. With Hebrew, you get lazy, you're speaking a whole other language. Because a lot of the languages on earth borrowed from this. Alright? You can say Abba in Hebrew, right? But if you said it to an ancient Babylonian, you'd be talking about the god, his goddess. You wouldn't be talking about your father. You understand? Like people do with the Yahweh, Yahweh, all that stuff, Ahaya and all that stuff. Yeah, you say Yahweh, and then you going into, that was an ancient Babylonian deity of mischief. Okay, but we don't speak Babylonian. we understand all languages borrowed from Hebrew.
God.
Come.
Alright? But we're speaking Hebrew, so I'm not referring to a Babylonian God. I'm referring to my God, my power, Yahweh. You understand? So regardless of what they try to take, come on, they made Esther from the Bible, right? Ishtar, Easter, the Babylonian goddess of the underworld. But they put that name on her when she became a Persian queen. They gave her the name Esther. Her name used to be Hadassah in Hebrew, right? But when she went over to Persia, they named her after their most famous goddess because she was so beautiful. So they called her Esther, Ishtar. Y'all see that?
God.
Now you run around celebrating Easter, Esther. See that? So they borrowed a lot of our stuff. Now Ishtar is wicked as hell. If you know about that worship, right? But was Esther wicked as hell?
Wow.
That's why we got Purim. She helped save our whole nation. Y'all see that? So yeah, don't let people get you caught up and say, oh yeah, you saying something wicked. Well, I'm not speaking that language, bro. You saying something wicked, you speaking English. They full of spells and all that stuff. You know what I mean? You be saying something in English, and they call you black. They putting a spell on you. Did you know that? Yeah, they call you black. Go look up the definition of the word black. Sullen, guilty, dirty, filthy, right? Without any moral character. That's what they saying to you, but they just said it in English. So you think they just calling you by your skin color. I'm brown though. See that? So what are you doing? You're a witch. You're trying to put a spell on me. You're just doing it in English. See that?
God.
So yeah, but when we go into the Hebrew, if we say Anya Shachawar, I am black, right? We're actually saying I am dark and lovely. I'm dark. Alright?
God.
So y'all got this, right?
God.
Otherwise I gotta write it all over again. Should have asked before I erased it all. I keep getting further and further back with this. That's good. So he's got them on the screen there for people online. Alright, so the next character is Ha. Ha. And you really got to go into your diaphragm for that and get that out. Ha.
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 Alright. It's written pretty much just like that.
It's kind of sound like Aleph. You know, the Arabic like now, you know, when they speak.
Oh, yeah.
The sound.
All right. Well, that's when we get to the other one. Ha. There's a difference. A lot of people mispronounce it. They say, oh, ha or ka, but it's ha. And that's where you hear a lot of the Arabic people sound like that. A lot of their words are right? Right, because they speak in Hebrew, but they're speaking more ancient Hebrew, more related to ancient Hebrew mixed with other dialects. You understand? And then the other ones, they sound like that. The fake Jews, they sound like that, right? Right? They sound like that because they still got a little ancient Hebrew mixed in with the modern. See that?
I wondered about that.
Yeah. Yeah, and they remember Ishmael was our brother. We just read it in Galatians 4, right?
Right.
Yeah, the Arabs, they were our brothers. So when they speak our language. You know, when they say lo, I think to say no. The so-called Jews, they say lo to say no. You understand? But we say la'ah in Hebrew. That means no. See that?
Yeah.
Alright, so ha pretty much has no you can go research online and look for different things, but it doesn't really have its own definition. It doesn't have a word that it really represents. Like he pulled it up on screen for them and they put window underneath it, that it represents window. But that's when we get to ha. We know that halan is window. So it's not spelled halan, it's spelled halan. So, a lot of places where you go research the characters, you're going to find that they put what it might represent underneath it, and it's not really the case. All right, so this one has, right now, we're just going to say not available. All Alright? It doesn't have a representation. Ha. Okay?
Okay.
Alright, so let's move on to Wa, which is the 6th character in the Hebrew alphabet. Wa.
It's kind of funny the way it's played.
Wa.
Why?
And it looks like what? Why? Right? So what are they really doing? They borrowed again from the Hebrew. See that? Why, in our character, it looks like they're why. And it's going to stand for why. Makes it real easy. Excuse my, this thing slips up here, but it's going to stand for wah, which in English
Horse? No.
is a hook. See that? Because you can take that, you can hook somebody with it, or you can hang things on it like a clothes hanger, right? That's a hook. Alright? So
Kind of
why?
like saying you could make a double use of it, right?
Right, there you go. So why stands for what?
Wow.
Wah wah. Now wah. Wah wah. Open your mouth, there you go. Wah wah.
Wow.
Good. Which means?
Hook.
There you go.
Hook.
There you go. Alright, so we got well, it's almost 3 o'clock now. So we got the first 6 characters of the Hebrew alphabet, right? So we'll go over those. Alright, which means cattle. And how do you say that in Hebrew? Allah. Very good. Ba.
House.
House. Alright. Bayath in Hebrew.
Baya.
There you go. Ga. Gamal. Alright, which is what in English? What?
Camel.
Camel. There you go. Yeah. Remember, it sounds the same. Gamal, camel. Right? Yeah, it's another one they stole. Alright. Da. Door in English, right? How do you say it in Hebrew? Dalath. Dalath. There you go. Bring those sounds out. Alright. Ha. That's pretty much it. Alright. Right. And then wah. Wah. Which means what?
Hook.
Wow. Alright. So yeah, for those of y'all joining us online, that's your first little introduction to Hebrew lesson right there. You got a couple of the rules of Hebrew. You got that all Hebrew is written and read from right to left. There are 22 letters, 22 characters in the Hebrew alphabet. 21 are masculine, 1 is feminine. And then you have your connectors and your separators. Alright? Connectors are going to connect two Hebrew characters together to be pronounced at the same time. They coincide with each other. Alright? Like in the case of mal, instead of saying mala, you say mal because you're connecting it. The separators make it so you say everything separate. In the case of wah, right? You would just put 2 wahs and you'll put your separators underneath. So instead of saying wow, right? You're saying wah. Alright? That's what the separators are for. So you got the 3 rules of Hebrew. First 6 characters, they're what they represent and the meanings in English. And come back and join us next week, and we'll go over the rest of the Hebrew alphabet and finish up that Job reading. Alright, but with that, we're going to say shalom to y'all, and come and join us again. Shalom.